The tape recorder in Amman. The fluorescent lights hummed softly above the prayer hall in Amman. Along the edges of the room, beside the walls and between rows of seated students, cassette recorders rested on the carpet like small mechanical witnesses. Some were Japanese-made machines with cracked plastic lids and tangled cords. Others were older devices repaired repeatedly with tape and improvised wiring. Their red recording lights glowed faintly in the evening dimness, while reels turned behind transparent windows. Every few minutes, one of the younger men near the back leaned forward to flip a cassette, label a tape case, or adjust a microphone placed close to the aging scholar seated at the front of the gathering. Muhammad Nasir al-Albani sat beneath a bare fluorescent fixture that flattened the room into pale color. His posture was controlled, but visibly worn by age. Thick books surrounded him in unstable stacks. Hadith collections, verification works, indexes, annotated editions filled with handwritten notes in narrow margins. Several students sat close enough to see his pencil marks directly. Others copied references into notebooks balanced on their knees. There was little movement in the hall apart from the turning of pages, the shifting of fabric, and the occasional click of a cassette recorder reaching the end of its side. Outside the mosque, Jordan, in the late 20th century, was already saturated with the circulation of religious media. Printed pamphlets crossed borders in luggage compartments and cardboard boxes. Sermons traveled through duplicated cassettes passed hand to hand after prayers. Cheap editions of Hadith collections appeared in bookstores beside political tracts, devotional manuals, and Quran commentaries. The authority of inherited institutions had not disappeared, but it no longer moved through the world alone. A lecture delivered in Amman could reach Damascus, Cairo, Birmingham, Jakarta, or Detroit within months, sometimes within weeks. The room itself remained quiet. The consequences leaving the room did not. By the time these recordings were being copied across cities and continents, Sheikh al-Albani had become one of the most controversial religious scholars in the Sunni world. Admirers described him as a reviver of Hadith criticism, a scholar who had returned religious argument to authenticated reports and disciplined textual verification. Critics accused him of unsettling centuries of legal continuity, bypassing inherited scholarly method, and encouraging ordinary believers to distrust the accumulated reasoning of the legal schools. His supporters saw precision, his opponents saw destabilization. The dispute was not merely about isolated narrations or technical disagreements over chains of transmission. Beneath the arguments lay a larger and more dangerous question: who possessed the authority to define authentic Islam in the modern age? The accusations surrounding him followed a recognizable pattern by the 1980s and 90s. Traditional scholars in Syria, Egypt, Jordan, and elsewhere argued that he had transformed Hadith authentication into a public performance detached from the broader legal structures that had historically governed Sunni interpretation. Muhammad Sa'id Ramadan al-Buti, among the most prominent of his Syrian critics, warned that bypassing the legal schools in favor of direct textual extraction threatened to dissolve the interpretive safeguards that protected ordinary believers from fragmentation and amateur certainty. Other scholars wrote detailed refutations challenging specific rulings, grading decisions, and methodological assumptions. Entire books appeared arguing against his conclusions regarding prayer forms, women's jewelry, tomb visitation, devotional practices, and the authority of the madhabs themselves. Yet the disputes rarely remained confined to scholarly circles. Mosque communities argued over hand placement in prayer, families argued over inherited customs. Young students increasingly interrupted lessons with a different kind of question than their fathers had asked. Not which school held a position, whether the evidence itself was authentic. The tape recorders preserved not only rulings, but a method, a style of argument, a cadence of verification. In many of the recordings later circulated under the title Al-Huda Adabu al-Nur, Sheikh al-Albani moved carefully through chains of narration, cross-referencing transmitters, discussing defects, comparing variants, dismissing weak reports with terse certainty. The technical language of Hadith criticism, once largely confined to specialists and advanced students, entered ordinary religious speech through repetition and portability. A mechanic in Zarqa could listen to the same lecture as a student in Medina. A pharmacist in Kuwait could quote a grating heard on cassette the previous week. Printed editions reinforced the process. More and more readers encountered Hadith collections already marked with classifications beside the narrations themselves: authentic, weak, fabricated. The labels traveled faster than the arguments supporting them. The atmosphere inside the lecture hall reflected this transition. Some students arrived carrying heavily annotated editions produced under Sheikh al-Albani's supervision or influence. Others brought older printings inherited from fathers and teachers trained in more traditional circles. The differences between the books were subtle at first glance, then suddenly total. Certain narrations remained in one edition and disappeared in another. Footnotes challenged earlier scholars directly. Margins filled with grading terminology turned the printed page into a battlefield of authority. A student opening Sahih Muslim or Sunan al-Tirmidhi was no longer entering a stable inherited canon untouched by modern intervention. He was entering an active argument over reliability, hierarchy, and method. The transformation had emerged gradually enough that many participants inside it did not fully perceive its scale. During the late Ottoman centuries, Sunni legal authority had rested within interconnected systems of scholarship sustained through courts, mosques, endowments, teaching licenses, and the continuity of the legal schools. The madhabs functioned not only as intellectual traditions, but as social institutions, regulating interpretation itself. A scholar inherited method as much as information. Disagreement existed, often intensely, but usually within recognized structures. The collapse of Ottoman political authority, European colonial intervention, the weakening of older educational networks, and the rise of centralized nation-states altered that landscape profoundly. In the 20th century, many inherited structures survived in partial form while losing their monopoly over religious legitimacy. Print culture accelerated the change. Cassettes accelerated it further. Sheikh al-Albani did not create these transformations alone. The conditions predated him. Reformist currents associated with Rashid Rida, earlier Salafi movements, Ahli Hadith scholarship from South Asia, Wahhabi institutional expansion in the Hijaz, and modern publishing infrastructures all contributed to the emergence of a new religious environment centered increasingly on direct textual access. Yet Sheikh al-Albani became one of the clearest embodiments of this transition because his authority itself emerged outside many of the traditional pathways that had historically governed Sunni scholarship. He lacked the prestigious institutional pedigree associated with senior jurists of older religious establishments. He did not rise through famous seminaries or state-backed scholarly hierarchies. He emerged instead through libraries, self-education, editing projects, relentless verification work, recordings, pamphlets, and the disciplined projection of methodological certainty. The room in Amman carried traces of all these histories without naming them openly. Many of the younger attendees had first encountered Sheikh al-Albani through duplicated tapes rather than formal teachers. Some traveled from neighboring countries to attend his lessons directly. Others sat quietly at the edge of the room without identifying themselves publicly because the scholar remained controversial in their local communities. The atmosphere was not revolutionary. It was procedural. References were cited, chains examined, terminology repeated carefully. Yet beneath the procedural calm lay an unmistakable redistribution of confidence. Students who mastered the language of authentication increasingly felt empowered to question inherited practices once accepted through trust in institutional continuity alone. The transformation unsettled many older scholars, not because Hadith criticism itself was new. Sunni scholarship had always contained traditions of authentication, verification, criticism, and disagreement. Earlier scholars had challenged narrations, reassessed transmitters, and debated evidentiary standards for centuries. What appeared different in Sheikh al-Albani's age was the scale and social accessibility of the process. Hadith grading became portable, repeatable, consumer-facing. A young listener with limited training could purchase a pamphlet, hear a cassette lecture, and emerge convinced that centuries of legal practice rested on weak evidence. The authority of institutions no longer arrived as inherited atmosphere alone. It increasingly had to defend itself in the language of proof texts, visible to ordinary readers. This documentary is the story of how that transformation occurred through the life of one man, the son of an Albanian Hanafi scholar who migrated to Damascus during the unraveling of older political orders, a young apprentice trained initially in watch repair while educating himself through obsessive reading, a library worker who spent years inside the Zahiria library tracing narrations and comparing manuscripts, a controversial scholar who moved through Syria, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan while attracting admiration, institutional suspicion. It is also the story of how authentication itself became a public religious vocabulary shaping argument across the modern Sunni world. The pressures that produced this trajectory were neither simple nor isolated. Migration formed the beginning. His father, a Hanafi scholar from Albania, left during a period of aggressive secularization and political restructuring. Damascus offered continuity with older Islamic learning, while simultaneously exposing the young Sheikh al-Albani to a rapidly changing urban intellectual world shaped by colonial rule, print expansion, reformist journals, and competing religious movements. Poverty and vocational work narrowed some possibilities while opening others unexpectedly. He never fully entered the traditional scholarly pathways associated with the old Sunni establishments. That exclusion became formative rather than temporary. His legitimacy would have to emerge differently. In later decades, supporters often described his life through the language of revival and purification. Opponents described it through the language of fragmentation and methodological overreach. Both narratives simplified a far more unstable reality. Sheikh al-Albani's authority depended partly on presenting himself as detached from institutional loyalties, committed only to the direct authority of authenticated revelation. Yet this posture created its own paradox. A movement rejecting blind adherence still required trusted interpreters. A method emphasizing direct evidence still depended on specialized expertise inaccessible to most listeners. The cassette tapes carried not only hadith classifications, but also a model of religious authority disguised as anti-authoritarianism. At times, the tensions became visible, even inside ordinary rituals. Prayer rows shifted subtly as worshippers adopted new hand placements or abandoned inherited local practices. Funeral customs became sites of dispute. Certain devotional acts associated with saint veneration or tomb visitation came under renewed criticism through pamphlets and lectures warning against religious innovation. Students trained in traditional legal schools often regarded the atmosphere with suspicion, not only because particular rulings changed, but because the habits of deference surrounding legal interpretation itself seemed to weaken. The debates moved through classrooms, mosques, homes, bookstores, and cassette stalls. They were technical and emotional simultaneously. By the final decades of the 20th century, Sheikh al-Albani's influence extended far beyond the physical spaces where he taught. In Jordan, groups of young men gathered around him, seeking religious knowledge outside older institutional patterns. Some later carried his method into quietist Salafi circles, emphasizing obedience to rulers and ritual purification. Others pushed his critiques further into confrontational or activist directions he did not always endorse. The fragmentation reflected the ambiguity built into the wider movement itself. A method centered on direct textual proof could unify followers around authenticity while simultaneously weakening inherited mechanisms for containing disagreement. The lecture hall in Amman preserved a strange mixture of intimacy and expansion. The scholar's voice remained measured, sometimes almost monotonous in delivery. Students adjusted microphones closer to him so the recordings would capture references accurately. A few listeners sat with catalog notebooks listing tape numbers and lecture titles. The organization surrounding the lessons had become increasingly systematic by this stage. Audio archives grew steadily. Printed indexes appeared. Small publishing networks coordinated distribution across borders. What once depended on physical proximity to a teacher now depended increasingly on reproducibility. A listener in another country did not need entry into Damascus scholarly circles or years inside a madrasa to participate indirectly in the argument unfolding here. He needed only a cassette player and the willingness to trust a voice traveling through static. This widening circulation also intensified opposition. Scholars who disagreed with Sheikh al-Albani no longer faced a local disputant whose influence remained geographically contained. They confronted a media phenomenon capable of bypassing institutions entirely. Detailed refutations appeared from figures such as Abdul Fattah Abu Ghuda, Muhammad Awwa, Habib al-Rahman al-A'azami, Abd Allah al-Ghumari, Mahmoud Saeed Mamdouh, Hassan al-Saqaf, and others. The titles themselves revealed the temperature of the conflict. Accusations of irregularity, methodological error, division, excess, and reckless weakening of narrations accepted by earlier authorities. Yet the very existence of these refutations also demonstrated Sheikh al-Albani's significance. Scholars do not produce multi-volume responses to marginal figures. The arguments frequently appeared narrow to outsiders. The number of units in Taraweeh prayer, the permissibility of certain forms of jewelry, the status of prayer beads, the architecture of the mihrab, the classification of individual reports. Yet these disputes acted as pressure points because they touched ordinary embodied religion. The debates reached into gestures, clothing, prayer spaces, funeral rites, and household habits. Behind every apparently small disagreement stood a larger institutional question. Was inherited practice itself evidence of reliability, or must every practice return continually to explicit, authenticated proof? Could centuries of juristic continuity function as protection against instability, or had continuity merely preserved accumulated error? The cassette recorders continued turning quietly while these questions settled invisibly into memory. No one in the room needed to announce that the lectures would outlive the gathering itself. The students already understood this. Some copied references with the precision of archivists. Others marked passages for future duplication. A few traveled specifically to preserve the scholar's voice before age or illness silenced it. By this period, Sheikh al-Albani's recordings had already entered homes and bookstores far beyond Jordan. His judgments appeared increasingly in searchable indexes, sermon citations, pamphlets, and religious arguments conducted by people who had never met him personally. The authority structure surrounding Sunni Hadith criticism had begun to reorganize itself around reproducibility. The old hierarchy had not vanished. Traditional institutions remained powerful across much of the Muslim world. Prestigious seminaries continued producing scholars rooted in established legal traditions. Senior jurists still commanded enormous respect. Yet the room in Amman revealed that another current had become impossible to ignore. Religious legitimacy could now emerge through relentless verification labor, editorial control, audio circulation, and the public performance of evidentiary discipline. The modern Hadith wars were fought partly through books and scholarly exchanges, but also through technologies that collapsed distance and loosened older monopolies over interpretation. Near the front of the hall, one student carefully replaced a completed cassette into its plastic case and wrote a date along the label in blue ink. Another recorder continued running beside him. The scholar spoke steadily beneath the fluorescent light while notebooks filled across the floor. Outside, traffic moved through the streets of Amman without awareness of the wider argument unfolding inside the mosque. Yet the sound being captured in that room was no longer only a lesson. It was part of a growing struggle over who possessed the authority to authenticate the past, regulate the present, and define the boundaries of inherited Islam in the modern world. 2. Between Ottoman collapse and modern reform. Long before cassette recorders carried religious arguments across continents, the older geography of Sunni authority had already begun to fracture. The changes were uneven at first. In some cities, mosque scholars still taught beneath Ottoman domes using manuscripts copied generations earlier. Judges continued issuing rulings through the established legal schools. Endowments funded religious institutions with the slow continuity of inherited order. Yet beneath this surface stability, political and intellectual pressures had accumulated for decades. Railways altered travel. Printing presses accelerated the circulation of books and journals. European empires pressed steadily into Muslim territories. Reformers debated stagnation, decline, imitation, and renewal with increasing urgency. By the opening decades of the 20th century, many Muslims no longer experienced religious authority as something immovable and self-contained. It had become an argument unfolding across collapsing empires, migrating populations, newspapers, libraries, schools, and newly politicized cities. Muhammad Nasir al-Albani entered the world inside this atmosphere of dislocation. He was born in 1914 in Shkodër, in what is now northern Albania, during the final convulsions of Ottoman decline in the Balkans. The Ottoman Empire had once provided a broad administrative and legal framework, linking diverse Muslim populations across southeastern Europe, Anatolia, the Levant, and beyond. By the time of his birth, that framework was weakening rapidly under military defeats, nationalist movements, territorial fragmentation, and administrative exhaustion. The Balkans in particular had become a landscape of competing sovereignties, unstable loyalties, and accelerating secular political projects. Muslim communities that had lived for centuries within Ottoman systems increasingly faced the prospect of becoming minorities inside modern nation-states organized around ethnic nationalism rather than imperial religious pluralism. The Albania into which Sheikh al-Albani was born was itself unstable and unfinished. Independence from Ottoman rule had been declared only 2 years earlier, during the Balkan Wars. State institutions remained fragile. Political factions competed for control while neighboring powers intervened repeatedly in Albanian affairs. During the years surrounding the First World War, the territory experienced occupations, shifting borders, military campaigns, and competing claims to legitimacy. The eventual consolidation of authority under Ahmet Zogu introduced a more centralized and secularizing state structure, shaped partly by European models of governance. Religious institutions did not disappear, but their role changed within a political environment increasingly oriented toward modernization, bureaucratic consolidation, and national identity, rather than inherited Ottoman religious frameworks. Within this environment, Sheikh al-Albani's father, Nuh Najati al-Albani, occupied a social position both respected and precarious. He was trained within the Hanafi legal tradition, the dominant legal school of the Ottoman state for centuries. His authority rested not on political office or wealth, but on learning, discipline, and religious seriousness. Families like his stood close enough to traditional Islamic scholarship to preserve its habits, vocabulary, and rhythms, yet far from the centers of imperial power that had historically sustained the larger Sunni scholarly order. The household belonged neither to aristocratic elites nor to the urban poor detached from formal learning entirely. It inhabited a narrower world shaped by study, modest labor, religious continuity, and caution toward political change. Accounts of the family's migration to Damascus differ slightly in chronology, but the broader direction remains clear. Concerns over secularization and the changing religious climate in Albania contributed significantly to the decision to leave. The move was not unusual for the period. Across the former Ottoman world, scholars, merchants, craftsmen, and religious families migrated in response to political uncertainty, economic instability, or fears regarding the future of Islamic learning under new nationalist regimes. Migration in this context was rarely romantic. It involved uncertainty, financial strain disrupted networks, and the slow reconstruction of ordinary life inside unfamiliar urban settings. Damascus offered both continuity and transformation. The city retained enormous symbolic and intellectual weight within Sunni Islam. Ottoman administrative traditions remained visible in its architecture, educational institutions, markets, and mosque culture long after the empire itself weakened. Courtyards attached to ancient mosques still hosted circles of students studying jurisprudence, grammar, Quran recitation, and prophetic traditions through established chains of transmission. Family lineages tied to religious scholarship maintained social influence. The Great Umayyad Mosque remained not only a religious site, but also a center of urban memory, where centuries of political and scholarly authority overlapped physically within stone walls darkened by time and smoke. At the same time, Damascus, during the French Mandate period, entered a new political and intellectual age. Colonial administration altered patterns of governance and public life. Nationalist movements emerged with increasing force. Print culture expanded rapidly. Newspapers circulated arguments that once remained confined to elite scholarly gatherings. Reformist journals from Cairo reached Syrian readers with growing frequency. Educational debates intensified over the relationship between Islamic tradition, modern science, European political models, and social reform. The city carried Ottoman memory while simultaneously absorbing anti-colonial nationalism, reformist critique, and new forms of public religious argument. The coexistence of continuity and disruption shaped the religious atmosphere into which the young Sheikh al-Albani matured. Traditional legal schools remained deeply rooted in daily life. Hanafi, Shafi'i, Maliki, and Hanbali scholarship still structured legal reasoning, ritual practice, and religious education across much of the Sunni world. A believer encountering religion in Damascus did not experience Islam primarily as a collection of isolated textual proofs. Religion arrived through teachers, mosques, local customs, inherited practice, and trust in recognized scholarly authority. Legal reasoning functioned through accumulated interpretation developed across centuries of commentary, disagreement, and institutional continuity. Yet another current moved beside this inherited structure. Reformist thinkers associated with figures such as Muhammad Abduh and Rashid Rida argued that parts of the Muslim world had become intellectually stagnant through excessive dependence on inherited authority and mechanical imitation. They did not reject the classical scholarly tradition entirely, but they questioned the rigidity of institutional habits surrounding it. Their journals and writings encouraged renewed engagement with foundational texts, criticism of superstition and innovation, educational reform, and a return to what they described as the moral and intellectual clarity of early Islam. The language of reform varied considerably between writers and movements, but many shared a suspicion that inherited legal structures had become too insulated from direct textual evidence. Rashid Rida's journal Al-Manar became especially influential in transmitting these debates across Arabic-speaking intellectual circles. Printed in Cairo and distributed widely through expanding publishing networks, the journal connected readers separated by geography, but united by anxiety over Muslim decline, colonial power, educational reform, and religious renewal. Its pages moved between political commentary, theological discussion, scriptural interpretation, and legal criticism. Readers encountered not only arguments, but also a new style of religious engagement shaped by print itself. Serialized debate, footnotes, citations, polemical exchange, and trans-regional circulation, unconstrained by older local teaching structures. For families rooted in traditional scholarship, these developments created unease as well as possibility. The issue was not simply whether reformist arguments were correct or incorrect. The deeper concern involved authority itself. If printed journals enabled readers without formal scholarly training to evaluate competing claims directly, what became of the inherited hierarchy that regulated interpretation? If legal schools could be bypassed through selective appeal to Hadith evidence, who decided which evidence carried authority? What prevented fragmentation once ordinary readers began moving between texts without the discipline of long scholarly formation? These questions did not emerge abstractly. They appeared physically inside homes, bookshops, and mosques. Damascus markets increasingly included stalls selling affordable printed religious works alongside commercial goods. Small publishing houses expanded access to texts once difficult to obtain outside specialist circles. Hadith collections appeared in cleaner, cheaper editions with indexes, annotations, and explanatory notes designed for broader readerships. Religious knowledge no longer depended entirely on sitting for years before a recognized scholar with access to manuscript collections. Printed books reduced certain barriers while creating entirely new problems of interpretation and authority. The printing press altered not only access to knowledge, but also the social meaning of knowledge. In earlier centuries, manuscript culture imposed natural limits on circulation. Producing books required labor, patronage, scribal expertise, and restricted networks of transmission. Printed editions accelerated reproduction dramatically. A controversial argument could now spread quickly across regions through inexpensive pamphlets or serialized publications. Religious disputes once confined to elite scholarly correspondence increasingly entered public discussion. The expansion of literacy intensified this transformation further. More readers meant more participants in arguments previously regulated by narrower scholarly circles. Hadith scholarship occupied a particularly sensitive position within this changing environment. The classical Sunni tradition had always granted immense importance to prophetic reports, but their interpretation and legal application historically unfolded through disciplined institutional methods. Specialists assessed chains of transmission, transmitter reliability, contextual interpretation, legal reconciliation between narrations, and the accumulated reasoning of earlier scholars. Most believers encountered Hadith through filtered legal and devotional frameworks rather than through direct, independent evaluation. Print culture gradually unsettled that arrangement. Readers increasingly encountered Hadith collections directly, sometimes detached from the interpretive structures that historically governed them. The transformation could appear deceptively simple. A student purchased an affordable printed edition of Sahih al-Bukhari or Sunan Abi Dawud. Marginal notes identified narrations as authentic or weak. Footnotes compared variant chains. Reformist writers encouraged readers to prioritize evidence over inherited custom. What had once required extensive training now appeared, at least superficially, accessible through disciplined reading and textual comparison. The danger, according to many traditional scholars, was not reading itself. It was the illusion that textual access eliminated the need for scholarly formation. Inside immigrant households such as Sheikh al-Albani's, these transformations became personal rather than theoretical. His father represented continuity with the older Sunni scholarly order, legal schools, inherited authority, disciplined study under recognized teachers, and suspicion toward uncontrolled innovation. Yet the surrounding intellectual world increasingly rewarded new forms of engagement with texts. Young readers exposed to reformist journals and printed Hadith literature could encounter arguments challenging precisely the institutional assumptions their fathers embodied. The conflict between inherited legal authority and direct textual verification was already entering domestic space before Sheikh al-Albani himself emerged publicly within it. Descriptions of the family environment emphasize seriousness rather than comfort. The household preserved religious discipline amid immigrant uncertainty. Economic life required practical labor. Sheikh al-Albani eventually trained in watch repair, a profession demanding patience, precision, and repetitive concentration. Later, admirers often transformed this detail into symbolic mythology, presenting the watchmaker's bench as preparation for Hadith verification itself. The historical reality was less theatrical and more ordinary. Vocational work provided livelihood within a modest immigrant setting where scholarly prestige alone could not guarantee financial security. Yet the habits cultivated through such labor, attention to detail, sustained solitary focus, repetitive correction, later aligned naturally with manuscript comparison and textual tracing. Damascus itself reinforced these habits through its layered intellectual geography. The city contained multiple worlds simultaneously. Traditional scholars continued teaching in mosque courtyards according to established methods. Merchants negotiated prices through crowded markets scented with coffee, tobacco, and fabric dyes. Nationalist activists circulated political literature beneath colonial surveillance. Reformist publications arrived from Cairo and beyond. Students crossed between these environments constantly. Religious authority no longer operated through a single, uncontested center. It existed instead within overlapping networks competing quietly for legitimacy. Libraries became increasingly important within this transformed ecology of knowledge. Among them, the Zahiria Library occupied special significance for the young Sheikh al-Albani. The library preserved extensive manuscript collections alongside printed works, connecting older scholarly traditions to newer forms of textual circulation. For ambitious autodidacts lacking full integration into elite scholarly institutions, libraries offered something historically unusual: prolonged direct contact with sources outside formal apprenticeship structures. The implications were profound. A disciplined reader with enough time and determination could move through texts independently, compare narrations, and construct authority through verification labor rather than inherited institutional rank alone. The possibility itself altered the psychology of scholarship. Traditional Sunni learning had long depended on chains of transmission linking students to teachers through recognized scholarly genealogies. Libraries did not erase those genealogies, but they introduced alternative pathways toward intellectual legitimacy. The scholar increasingly appeared not only as a transmitter of inherited method, but also as a researcher capable of reevaluating inherited judgments through direct textual examination. In the 20th century, this research posture acquired additional prestige through parallels with modern academic and scientific cultures emphasizing verification, documentation, and evidentiary rigor. Sheikh al-Albani matured precisely where these currents intersected. He inherited reverence for Sunni scholarship through his father and surrounding religious environment. Simultaneously, he encountered reformist arguments encouraging renewed scrutiny of inherited practices through direct engagement with Hadith evidence. He entered libraries at a historical moment when printed editions and indexing tools made comparison work increasingly feasible outside classical institutional pathways. The older hierarchy remained visible, but its monopoly weakened steadily under technological and political pressure. The wider Muslim world reflected similar tensions. In Egypt, reformist debates intensified through universities, journals, and legal reform discussions. In the Arabian Peninsula, Wahhabi religious expansion emphasized purification, anti-innovation polemics, and direct textual authority. In South Asia, Ahli Hadith scholars challenged strict legal school adherence while promoting Hadith-centered methodologies. Colonial rule disrupted older legal systems while modern bureaucratic states centralized religious administration in new ways. Across these regions, Sunni authority did not collapse entirely. It fragmented, reorganized, adapted, and competed. Importantly, these transformations did not divide neatly between tradition and modernity. Many reformists remained deeply rooted in classical Islamic scholarship. Many traditional scholars adopted print technologies enthusiastically while defending inherited legal structures. Printing presses themselves produced both reformist polemics and classical commentaries. The conflict concerned method and authority more than simple ideological camps. Could continuity survive modernization without rigidity? Could reform occur without dissolving interpretive discipline? Could direct engagement with texts coexist with institutional hierarchy? These questions circulated through the intellectual atmosphere surrounding Sheikh al-Albani long before he became associated with particular answers. The young immigrant, growing up in Damascus, therefore entered a world already unsettled. before he personally contributed to its controversies. His later career would often be described through the language of rupture, but the conditions making that rupture possible had been developing for generations. The collapse of Ottoman political authority weakened older scholarly infrastructures. Nationalist and colonial pressures destabilized inherited social arrangements. Print culture expanded textual access beyond traditional gatekeepers. Reformist debates challenged habits of legal imitation while simultaneously creating new forms of ideological certainty. Libraries and publishing houses emerged as increasingly important sites of religious power. Within ordinary religious life, the consequences appeared gradually. A worshipper heard conflicting rulings from different scholars and now possessed printed evidence supporting both positions. The student encountered reformist critiques of devotional practices previously accepted without question. A preacher quoted directly from newly accessible Hadith editions rather than relying primarily on local legal manuals. A bookseller stocked pamphlets challenging inherited rituals through authentication terminology unfamiliar to earlier generations of ordinary readers. The language of isnad criticism and textual verification slowly migrated outward from specialist scholarship into wider public consciousness. For older scholarly authorities, the danger was not merely disagreement. Sunni legal traditions had always contained disagreement. The deeper concern involved the erosion of interpretive hierarchy itself. Once individuals outside recognized scholarly institutions claimed the right to reassess inherited rulings directly through textual evidence, authority became unstable in new ways. Yet for many reform-minded readers, the same process appeared liberating rather than dangerous. Direct engagement with Hadith and Scripture promised clarity, purification, and escape from what they viewed as rigid institutional conformity. The young Sheikh al-Albani entered adulthood while these arguments intensified around him. He belonged to neither the secure old order nor the fully modernized secular world emerging across parts of the Middle East. He stood instead at the intersection, an immigrant son shaped by Hanafi learning, vocational discipline, expanding print culture, reformist literature, libraries, and a religious environment increasingly organized around contested claims of authenticity. The inherited structures of Sunni authority still surrounded him, but the conditions enabling disciplined outsiders to challenge those structures through textual verification were already firmly in place. By the time he began spending long hours among manuscripts and printed Hadith collections in Damascus, the collision had already started. The old scholarly world remained alive enough to resist transformation, yet weakened enough that resistance itself became part of the modern argument. In mosque lessons, bookstores, reformist journals, family instruction, and library catalogs, inherited authority and textual verification were moving steadily toward confrontation. The young watchmaker's son entered that confrontation before fully understanding how completely it would define his life. 3. The watchmaker's son and the fear of blind following. In Damascus, the household that received the young Muhammad Nasir al-Albani was not the household of a displaced aristocrat, nor of a family detached from learning. It was an immigrant home carrying the weight of a religious world left behind. His father, Najati Sheikh al-Albani, had been formed within the Hanafi legal tradition, the tradition that had long held official prominence under the Ottoman order and had shaped the habits of religious instruction across much of the empire. In Syria, after migration from Albania, that inheritance did not become abstract memory. It entered the daily order of the home: prayer, study, caution toward secular schools, suspicion of uncontrolled religious innovation, and a seriousness about preserving faith under conditions of political dislocation. The father's decision not to place his son fully inside the public school system is reported in the biographical record as part of this concern. He objected to the quality and religious direction of the instruction available, and the young Sheikh al-Albani received only limited formal schooling before being guided toward private learning and vocational work. The decision was not simply educational. It belonged to a wider anxiety shared by many religious families in the post-Ottoman world. State institutions were changing, inherited structures were weakening, and parents who had trusted older frameworks now faced new schools, new curricula, and new forms of social formation over which they had less control. This meant that Sheikh al-Albani's early formation was neither fully traditional nor fully modern. He was not simply handed from one certified teacher to another inside a stable chain of institutional learning. Nor was he shaped primarily by secular schooling detached from religious seriousness. His education unfolded in a more irregular space, where family instruction, private study, craft apprenticeship, book culture, and later library work combined without forming a neat curriculum. That irregularity mattered. It did not make him free from tradition. It placed him close enough to tradition to know its authority, and far enough from its formal pathways to imagine an alternative route to certainty. The family's Hanafi environment offered structure. It gave him a legal vocabulary, a sense of inherited method, and a living example of disciplined religious adherence. Yet the same environment also introduced the tension that would later define his public life. The Hanafi school was not merely a set of rulings. It was a social world, a cultivated habit of trust in juristic inheritance, a confidence that centuries of scholars had already weighed evidence, reconciled apparent contradictions, and protected ordinary believers from unstable interpretation. For Sheikh al-Albani, as later accounts present his development, this confidence became increasingly difficult to accept when he encountered arguments insisting that transmitted practice must be tested directly against authenticated prophetic reports. The conflict should not be reduced to a young man rebelling against his father. That kind of simplification weakens the historical reality. His father's learning was part of the very soil from which his son's seriousness grew. Without that inherited discipline, the later obsession with verification would have had no stable religious object. The son did not move from indifference to religion into religious argument. He moved from one form of religious authority into another. The wound formed not because tradition was absent, but because tradition was close enough to command respect while appearing, to his developing mind, insufficiently examined at certain points. The craft of watch repair entered this formation with quiet force. In Damascus, Sheikh al-Albani worked as a watchmaker, a practical profession that required patience, eyesight, and steady hands. A watch taken apart on a bench does not reward impatience. Its parts are small. Its failures may hide inside slight misalignments. A wheel may appear intact while failing to engage properly with another. A spring may hold tension until the moment it slips. Repair requires a sequence of attention: opening, observing, isolating, testing, adjusting, and returning the mechanism to movement. It would be too easy to turn this craft into a complete explanation of the man. Biographies often invite that temptation, and later admirers have sometimes treated the watchmaker's bench as though it already contained the future Hadith critic in miniature. History is rarely so obedient. Yet the craft does help clarify a discipline of attention. Watch repair trained the body to trust precision over impression. It taught that small errors accumulate into visible failure. It created familiarity with repetitive correction, with patient handling of delicate parts, with a kind of work whose success depends on refusing approximation. These habits did not produce his method by themselves, but they harmonized with the method he later embraced. The young man's working life also placed him in a social position distinct from elite scholarly households. He was learned enough to be drawn into religious study, but not positioned as an heir to institutional authority. He belonged to a family serious about knowledge, but he did not rise through the prestigious channels that produced senior jurists recognized by the city's established scholarly classes. This combination produced a particular kind of pressure. The path of inherited recognition was narrow. The path of textual labor was more open. Books did not ask for family rank before allowing themselves to be read. Manuscripts did not require the reader to hold office before revealing their variants. Damascus provided the setting in which this pressure could mature. The city still carried older modes of learning. Mosque circles preserved the intimacy of teacher and student. Legal schools shaped practice. Scholars known to families and neighborhoods embodied continuity. But the city also contained bookstalls, reformist publications, printing activity, and libraries, where texts could be consulted beyond the immediate supervision of inherited teachers. The distance between the mosque courtyard and the printed page had narrowed. A young reader could move between them, absorbing the authority of one while testing it through the other. The reformist literature that reached him is especially important. Among the most frequently cited formative influences was al-Manar, the journal associated with Rashid Rida, and the broader reformist inheritance of Muhammad Abdu. Through this world of print, Sheikh al-Albani encountered criticism of unexamined legal imitation and of religious practices judged to rest on weak reports or later accretions. A particularly important episode in later accounts was his encounter with discussion of Abu Hamid al-Ghazali's use of weak hadiths in revival of the religious sciences, and with the work of Zain al-Din al-Iraqi tracing reports found in that text. This did not merely introduce him to a technical field. It suggested that revered religious literature itself could contain transmitted material requiring verification. That discovery had consequences beyond bibliography. Once the reliability of a report became a public religious question, inherited reverence alone could no longer settle the matter. A book might be famous and still contain weak narrations. A practice might be widespread and still require scrutiny. A scholar might be venerated and still cited critically. Such conclusions did not require hostility toward the past, but they did require a change in posture toward it. The past was no longer only inheritance. It became material to be checked, weighed, sorted, and sometimes corrected. The lifelong question forming in Sheikh al-Albani can be stated plainly without claiming access to hidden thoughts. How can religious certainty rest safely on inherited practice if the hadith evidence beneath that practice has not been rigorously verified? This question appears again and again in his later career through his writings, lectures, rulings, and disputes. It shaped his criticism of strict adherence to the legal schools. It structured his suspicion toward devotional practices linked to weak reports. It justified his labor over hadith collections. It also brought him into direct conflict with scholars who believed that his formulation misunderstood the role of the legal schools as interpretive systems rather than mere containers of unverified opinion. The argument over blind following was therefore never only a slogan. It touched the deepest anxieties of the modern Muslim world. After the collapse of Ottoman political authority, after colonial intervention, after new secular states displaced many older legal functions, religious scholars faced a transformed public. Many believers sought clarity amid institutional weakness. Reformers warned that imitation had produced stagnation. Traditionalists replied that abandonment of school-based method would create chaos. Sheikh al-Albani's developing temperament found refuge in method. The report is traced, its transmitters examined, its supporting roots compared, its legal use measured against authenticity. The world may be unstable, but the chain of narration can still be tested. This attraction to method did not emerge from luxury. It grew within constraint. His formal education remained limited. His livelihood required work. His family position did not deliver automatic scholarly prestige. The social fact of being an immigrant in Damascus also mattered. Immigrant households preserve identity with intensity because they know what has already been lost. The father's attachment to Hanafi discipline can be understood partly in this light. Legal tradition was not merely a technical system. It was a means of continuity after displacement. For the son, however, the same displacement opened another possibility. If political and social inheritance could break, perhaps religious inheritance also required renewed verification rather than passive reception. The father-son tension became sharper as Sheikh al-Albani's anti-madhab stance developed. Scholarly accounts report that his growing criticism of inherited legal adherence generated conflict not only with his father, but also with the predominantly Hanafi Albanian community around them. Some reports state that the disagreement eventually led to his being forced out of the family home. Later narratives, including Sheikh al-Albani's own framing, compared the rupture to the Quranic story of Abraham and his father, presenting the dispute as one between prophetic guidance and inherited imitation. That comparison itself should be treated carefully. It reveals how the conflict was later interpreted and morally charged, but it does not require the historian to flatten the father into an obstacle or the son into a pure symbol. What can be said with greater confidence is that the domestic conflict gave institutional questions a personal edge. It is one thing to argue against blind following in a printed essay. It is another to argue it within a household governed by the authority of a traditionally trained father. In that setting, method becomes more than theory. It becomes obedience or disobedience, continuity or rupture, discipline or accusation. A technical disagreement over sources begins to touch family order, communal belonging, and filial expectation. The future polemicist learned early that challenging inherited legal authority did not remain confined to books. It changed relationships. His increasing immersion in books gave the rupture another direction. Damascus libraries and book markets offered a world in which authority could be pursued through labor rather than permission alone. The Zia Hayriya Library became central to this development. Accounts describe Sheikh al-Albani spending long hours there among manuscripts and printed works, tracing narrations, consulting biographical dictionaries, examining transmitter chains, and building personal indexes. The image must be kept human in scale. He was not discovering a lost religion in a single dramatic moment. He was performing repetitive work, looking up names, comparing variants, copying references, returning to shelves, correcting notes, and revisiting earlier conclusions. Such labor can appear uneventful from outside. A man sits with books, pages turn, margins fill, dust gathers on bindings. Yet this kind of work reshapes perception over time. The repeated act of checking weakens trust in surfaces. A narration printed confidently in one place may depend on a transmitter criticized elsewhere. A celebrated devotional passage may lack firm grounding. A ruling defended through common usage may rest on evidence more complicated than its defenders admit. The library trains suspicion not through cynicism, but through repeated exposure to the distance between appearance and verification. The Zia Hayriya Library itself embodied the transition between older and newer worlds. It preserved manuscripts connected to classical scholarship, but it was also accessible in ways that allowed modern researchers to construct new relationships with the inherited tradition. Sheikh al-Albani's presence there demonstrates how the authority of the archive could be separated, partially, from the authority of living institutions. A scholar outside the elite hierarchy could accumulate knowledge through proximity to texts. The library gave him a setting in which discipline mattered more immediately than pedigree. Over years, this could become not only a habit of study, but a basis for public authority. The psychological pattern visible in these years is not best described through speculative emotion. It appears through behavior, isolation, repetition, verification. Handwritten notes, cross-references, long hours with technical works that few ordinary readers could endure. A preference for classification over ambiguity. A willingness to revisit inherited judgments if evidence seemed to demand it. These patterns formed the basis of a public persona that later appeared uncompromising. The certainty associated with him did not come from casual confidence. It emerged from a life organized around the conviction that religious disorder could be answered by disciplined, textual scrutiny. Yet the very discipline that strengthened his authority also narrowed certain forms of trust. Traditional scholars who defended the madhabs did not necessarily reject Hadith verification. Many were themselves deeply learned in Hadith. Their objection lay elsewhere. They argued that legal meaning cannot be extracted from authenticity alone. A report may be authentic, but limited in legal application. It may be abrogated, qualified, reconciled with stronger evidence, or interpreted through principles developed over centuries. For them, the legal schools preserved not blindness, but disciplined memory. Sheikh al-Albani's later rhetoric often treated this defense as institutional partisanship, and that treatment became one source of enduring controversy. In his formation years, however, the attraction of direct verification was powerful because it answered a modern condition. The 20th century Muslim world was filled with signs of institutional weakness. Colonial domination had humiliated political authority. Secular legal reforms had displaced aspects of Islamic law from state structures. Nationalist governments managed religion through bureaucracies. Public religious debates increasingly unfolded in newspapers and pamphlets, rather than only through learned assemblies. In such a world, inherited institutions could appear compromised, fragmented, or unable to protect certainty. The turn to authenticated hadith promised a route beneath institutions back toward an earlier source. This promise carried emotional force, even when stated in technical language. Authentication is not merely classification. It offers reassurance that one is standing on firm ground. For a displaced community, for a self-taught student, for a generation witnessing political collapse and intellectual confusion, the ability to say that a report is authentic or weak gives form to anxiety. It names the reliable and separates it from the doubtful. It converts historical disorder into categories. It suggests that the past, however scattered across manuscripts and disputed by scholars, can still be recovered through disciplined labor. Sheikh al-Albani's later works would make this labor public. But before the printed series and cassette lessons, there was the slower formation of confidence inside notebooks. He became associated with hadith extraction and grading in publishing ventures, building a reputation through technical service before becoming a mass figure. This stage mattered because it placed him within the practical machinery of print culture. Religious authority in the modern age did not belong only to those who spoke from pulpits or held official posts. It also belonged to editors, proofreaders, indexers, publishers, and researchers who shaped how texts appeared before readers. The printed page gave verification a new social life. A hadith grading placed in a footnote could travel farther than the scholar who wrote it. A cheap pamphlet could carry a ruling into homes beyond any teacher's reach. A revised edition could silently reshape how readers encountered a canonical text. In this environment, Sheikh al-Albani's skills matched the age. He did not need to command a large institution at first. He needed texts, time, publishers, students, and a public increasingly prepared to see direct evidence as a moral demand. The phrase blind following became central because it condensed a complex dispute into a moral accusation. To follow a legal school without demanding evidence could be framed as surrendering one's responsibility before Allah. Traditional scholars objected that most believers had neither the training nor the capacity to evaluate evidence independently, and that following qualified scholars was not blindness but necessity. Sheikh al-Albani's developing position placed pressure on precisely this distinction. He did not eliminate dependence on scholars. Instead, he redirected trust toward a scholar, whose claim to authority rested on hadith verification rather than inherited legal school affiliation. This redirection was subtle and powerful. A listener could feel liberated from madhab authority while becoming dependent on Sheikh al-Albani's classifications. A student could demand proof from a traditional jurist while accepting a grading from a printed footnote. The movement against blind following did not abolish hierarchy. It created a different hierarchy, one organized around authenticated reports, textual scrutiny, and the reputation of those who performed it. This tension was already latent in the formation years because the path he traveled was not a path out of authority, but into another form of authority. The household and the library therefore stand as two poles of his early life. The household preserved inherited religious continuity under immigrant pressure. The library offered a wider textual world where inherited continuity could be examined, corrected, and challenged. The watchmaker's bench stood between them as a place of work and discipline, neither purely scholarly nor merely economic. From these spaces emerged a temperament shaped by reverence and suspicion together. Reverence for prophetic authority, suspicion toward the human systems that claimed to transmit it without adequate verification. This combination explains why his later opposition to the legal schools could appear so severe. He was not attacking law as such. He was attacking what he saw as the substitution of juristic inheritance for direct submission to authenticated evidence. His critics replied that this description misrepresented how law actually worked and ignored the interpretive depth of the madhabs. The debate would grow increasingly public later, especially in Syria and then beyond. But its emotional and intellectual pressure formed earlier, where family loyalty, religious preservation, craft discipline, and reformist print culture converged in one young man's developing method. The reformist criticism he absorbed did not enter an empty mind. It found a young reader already trained to respect religion seriously, and already positioned outside secure elite recognition. That matters because ideas become powerful when they answer lived circumstances. The call to return to authenticated sources gave intellectual direction to someone whose social path through traditional authority was uncertain. The critique of imitation gave moral language to a tension already present in his domestic and educational life. The science of Hadith verification gave a practical method to a temperament drawn toward order, distinction, and correction. There was also a quieter aspect to this formation, the discipline of remaining with difficult material for long periods without immediate public reward. Hadith verification is laborious. It requires movement through names, dates, chains, variants, earlier judgments, and hidden defects. It does not always produce dramatic conclusions. Much of the work is cumulative, almost invisible. One note becomes useful months later. One comparison alters a classification. One forgotten route strengthens or weakens a report. A mind trained by this labor begins to value patience over display. Yet when conclusions finally appear in public, they can sound abrupt, because the long private process behind them is not visible to the listener. This may help explain the later public impression of Sheikh al-Albani as uncompromising. The ruling delivered in a lecture could sound like a verdict. Behind it might stand years of notebooks and comparison, or, in the view of critics, behind it might stand excessive confidence in one dimension of evidence at the expense of juristic method. Both perceptions could exist at once. The same discipline that impressed followers could alarm opponents. The same certainty that gave students confidence could make traditional scholars fear that public religious life was being reorganized around incomplete competence. His early work also unfolded within a Syrian religious landscape that had its own internal tensions. Damascus contained scholars tied to Sufi orders, traditionalist circles, reformist movements, and emerging Islamist organizations. The Muslim Brotherhood gained influence in educational and social spaces. Traditionalist Naqshbandi networks defended inherited legal and spiritual authority. Reformists criticized practices they regarded as accretions. Under the French Mandate and then the independent Syrian Republic, religious authority had to navigate both colonial pressure and nationalist politics. Sheikh al-Albani's emerging hadith-centered critique entered this crowded field rather than a vacuum. The question of authenticity acquired public significance because it could cut across these networks. A hadith declared weak might undermine a devotional practice cherished by Sufi-influenced circles. A ruling outside the Hanafi school might unsettle neighborhood custom. A critique of grave-related practices could provoke communities for whom local shrines and inherited forms of reverence were embedded in memory and place. A demand for proof could embarrass teachers accustomed to transmitting rulings through school manuals. The technical field of hadith criticism moved outward, touching contested zones of ritual, architecture, family life, and communal belonging. In these years, Sheikh al-Albani's method began to define his social world as much as his intellectual one. Those drawn to him saw seriousness, courage, and return to evidence. Those alienated by him saw harshness, presumption, and disregard for inherited scholarly balance. Such divided perception would remain with him for the rest of his life. It began not as a media phenomenon, but as a pattern formed through local disputes, family tension, and the reputation of a man increasingly unwilling to separate religious truth from Hadith verification. The fear of blind following was therefore not merely fear of error in books. It was fear of living inside religious habits whose foundations had not been sufficiently tested. It was fear that reverence for scholars might conceal weak reports. It was fear that communal continuity might preserve practices unknown to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It was also, though less often acknowledged by his followers, a fear that human institutions could compromise access to revelation by making obedience to method indistinguishable from obedience to truth. Traditional scholars feared something different. They feared that the attack on blind following would produce a new blindness, confidence without formation, textual fragments without legal synthesis, public argument without restraint, and ordinary believers moving from inherited trust to unstable self-certainty. Their concern was not imaginary. The expansion of print culture had already made it possible for partial knowledge to circulate widely. A hadith label detached from its reasoning could become a weapon. A young student could challenge a local scholar through a pamphlet he only partly understood. The conflict between Sheikh al-Albani and his critics would later unfold precisely within this space between liberation and disorder. For now, the young man remained in Damascus, working, studying, reading, and gradually building the habits that would make him famous and controversial. The broader world pressed into his life through political collapse, migration, reformist journals, cheap books, and the changing status of religious institutions. The intimate world pressed through fatherly authority, Hanafi discipline, immigrant seriousness, and the cost of disagreement within a household. The technical world pressed through chains of transmission, catalogs, transmitter biographies, and the patient sorting of reports into stronger and weaker forms. None of these alone explains him. Together, they formed the pressure under which method became identity. In the Za library, the work continued without spectacle. Shelves held manuscripts from older centuries beside printed editions shaped by the modern press. A reader could move from one to the other, from the slow world of scribes to the faster world of publishing, while tracing a single narration through layers of transmission and judgment. For Sheikh al-Albani, this space offered more than information. It offered a discipline capable of answering dislocation. Page by page, note by note, comparison by comparison, the question of authenticity began to leave the realm of study and approach the form of personal mission. 4. Authentication as mission. The first public signs of Sheikh al-Albani's authority did not appear through an official appointment, a state-backed pulpit, or a certificate placed before a circle of established jurists. They appeared more quietly, through the repeated recognition of a method. A student brought a report and found that he could trace it. A publisher needed someone to identify the sources of narrations scattered through a manuscript and found that he would not merely identify them, but weigh them. A listener heard him correct a devotional practice not by appealing first to custom, school, or reputation, but by returning the question to transmission. The pattern became visible before the fame. Wherever religious language rested on an attributed saying, Sheikh al-Albani wanted the chain examined. In Damascus, this kind of work could still appear narrow enough to belong to specialists. A man seated at a library desk, moving between reference works, was not yet a public force. The city had many scholars, many circles, many authorities. Yet the conditions around him were changing. Printed books were multiplying. Older devotional manuals and legal summaries were being republished for wider readers. Reformist journals had already taught a generation to ask whether inherited practice had drifted from original sources. The weakening of older institutions under colonial rule, nationalist politics, and social transformation created a public hunger for certainty that did not depend entirely on the prestige of existing hierarchies. Sheikh al-Albani's labor answered that hunger in a severe and recognizable form. The pressure was historical before it became personal. Hadith collections and religious manuals were no longer limited to scholars trained through long apprenticeship. They appeared in printed editions that could be purchased, carried, marked, and debated. A narration cited in a sermon could be checked by a reader with access to the right books. A ruling defended through inherited habit could be challenged by someone holding a pamphlet that claimed the report beneath it was weak. This did not make the ordinary reader a scholar, but it changed the atmosphere in which scholars spoke. Authority now had to face a public increasingly accustomed to visible proof. Sheikh al-Albani's early influence grew within this altered atmosphere. He did not present himself primarily as an institutional reformer or party organizer. His work gathered force around verification. He traced narrations, sorted reports, marked weakness, identified fabrication, strengthened what he judged sound, and treated these acts not as secondary scholarly services, but as obligations capable of disciplining religious life itself. The central claim that emerged from his activity can be stated plainly. Religious practice should be grounded in rigorously authenticated hadith, rather than accepted through unquestioned legal inheritance. It was a simple sentence with disruptive consequences. At first, the disruption lay in the printed margin. A hadith cited inside a widely circulated text might receive a note. The note might identify its source, compare routes, name a transmitter, or declare the report weak. To an untrained reader, such markings could appear technical and detached. To scholars, they touched the architecture of authority. A footnote could weaken the basis of a sermon. A classification could unsettle a devotional routine. A short printed judgment could challenge the prestige of a book read for generations. The margins began to speak with a force disproportionate to their size. His early teaching circles developed around this same gravity. Students did not gather merely to hear general exhortation. They came for method, for references, for a way to distinguish reliable from unreliable. In a mosque lesson, books opened across the floor. One student might copy the source of a narration, while another noted a grading. The exchange was not theatrical. It was procedural, often repetitive, sometimes dry. Yet it carried unusual emotional power, because the question beneath it was never only technical. If a report was weak, then a practice built on it could no longer claim the same confidence. If a report was authentic, then inherited neglect of it could seem morally troubling. The attraction of this method becomes easier to understand when placed inside the modern religious condition. Many Muslims in the 20th century experienced inherited institutions as weakened, politicized, or uncertain. Courts had changed, colonial governments had intervened, nation-states had reorganized education and law. Public religious discourse moved through newspapers, pamphlets, and later cassette recordings. In such a world, method could become reassurance. The chain of narration seemed to offer something more stable than institutions subject to political pressure. A graded report appeared measurable in a world of collapsing inherited certainties. This appeal should not be dismissed as naive. Sheikh al-Albani's followers were responding to real pressures. They saw devotional practices preserved by custom rather than evidence. They encountered sermons filled with unattributed sayings. They noticed that some scholars defended local habits without clearly showing their foundations. The demand for authenticity gave them a disciplined language for unease. It also offered moral seriousness. Religion, in this view, could not safely rest on inherited repetition. It had to be checked against what could be verified from the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Yet the critics were also responding to real pressures. Traditional scholars did not object because they rejected Hadith. Many were themselves trained in Hadith, law, legal theory, and the interpretive methods through which prophetic reports had been used for centuries. Their objection was that authenticity alone does not produce law. A report judged authentic may still require interpretation. It may be general while another text specifies it. It may be acted upon differently because jurists weighed it against other evidence. It may be known but not used in the obvious way because earlier scholars understood its context differently. In their view, Sheikh al-Albani risked reducing jurisprudence to classification, as though a legal ruling followed automatically once a report was labeled sound. The early friction, therefore, arose from two different understandings of discipline. For Sheikh al-Albani, discipline meant refusing to let inherited practice override verified evidence. For many traditional scholars, discipline meant refusing to let isolated textual judgments dissolve the accumulated reasoning of the legal schools. One side feared inherited error. The other feared uncontrolled extraction. Both fears belonged to the same historical moment. The modern world had made access easier while making authority harder to secure. His public reputation grew because he was willing to apply his standards to visible religious practice. Ritual questions gave Hadith criticism immediate consequences. Prayer forms, funeral customs, devotional formulas, grave-related practices, wedding practices, pilgrimage instructions, and public acts of worship became places where authentication moved from the library into communal life. A report was not merely weak in a book, it was weak beneath something people did with their bodies, their families, and their memories. That transition made the method socially sharp. The first output pillar of his life was therefore not one book alone, nor one ruling, nor one controversy. It was the popularization of Hadith authentication as a public religious habit. He helped move the language of authentic, weak, and fabricated reports from specialist circles into the speech of students, preachers, readers, and, later, ordinary worshippers. His authority rested on the promise that inherited religion could be purified through verification. The promise became portable through print. It became memorable through teaching. It became repeatable through later audio. This pillar did not emerge suddenly. It formed through years of technical work. Sheikh al-Albani's engagement with manuscripts and printed hadith collections in the Za-Riya library gave him access to the material infrastructure of verification. The work required patience without applause. Names had to be located in biographical dictionaries. Variant chains had to be compared. Earlier judgments had to be checked. Reports cited vaguely in popular books had to be traced back, if possible, to their sources. A conclusion might depend on a small defect invisible to the casual reader. The labor was cumulative, and its public force depended on the impression that the conclusion had been earned through disciplined scrutiny. This is why his reputation could grow without the usual official pathways. A formal post confers authority from above. Technical reliability generates authority from repeated recognition below. Students and publishers did not need him to occupy a high office in order to value his capacity to locate and assess reports. His position remained vulnerable because it lacked older institutional guarantees, but that vulnerability also strengthened his image among those suspicious of institutions. He appeared to stand outside the systems he criticized. For admirers, this independence confirmed his sincerity. For critics, it confirmed the danger. The printed booklet became one of his most effective early vehicles. Short works could move quickly. They did not require the reader to commit to large, technical volumes. They addressed practical questions in direct language. Prayer, pilgrimage, funerals, weddings, grave practices, veiling, public rituals. Some were priced cheaply enough for wide circulation. In social settings, they could be distributed by students or sympathizers as corrective instruction. a booklet placed into a hand after a wedding or a funeral, could do what a formal legal manual often could not. It entered daily practice at the exact moment practice became visible. The genre suited the method. A long juristic tradition contains nuance, qualifications, competing views, and interpretive history. A reformist pamphlet compresses. It selects a practice, tests its evidentiary basis, and delivers a conclusion with force. Sheikh al-Albani's early public influence benefited from this compression. It allowed technical hadith criticism to become legible to readers who could not follow the full scholarly apparatus. It also created the risk critics feared. The conclusion traveled more easily than the method, and the method traveled more easily than the broader disciplines required to contextualize it. This risk did not stop the spread. On the contrary, it helped explain it. Modern readers often wanted usable judgments. They wanted to know whether a practice was supported or not, whether a narration could be quoted or not, whether a custom belonged to the prophetic tradition or to later accretion. Sheikh al-Albani's work gave them answers that appeared precise, documented, and morally serious. In a religious culture crowded with competing authorities, the label itself carried relief. Authentic, weak, fabricated. The terms reduced uncertainty into categories that could be memorized and repeated. Resistance sharpened as the categories entered public space. Traditional scholars objected not only to particular gradings, but to the social effect of turning complex scholarly judgments into mass religious markers. A student who had read one booklet could begin questioning elders, imams, and teachers. A mosque practice followed for generations could suddenly be treated as suspect. A local scholar might be asked for evidence in a style that felt less like inquiry than accusation. The issue was not whether evidence mattered. It was whether the public performance of demanding evidence could function without destabilizing the etiquette and structure of learning. The tone of Sheikh al-Albani's method intensified this effect. Accounts of his early public engagement describe a confrontational manner in applying hadith evidence, especially when he believed a practice lacked support. He did not treat inherited custom as protective in itself. He was prepared to challenge practices associated with revered scholars or widespread communities if he judged the reports beneath them weak. This willingness became part of his appeal. It also made him a target of suspicion. The same quality that followers read as courage, critics read as severity or presumption. One of the deeper tensions lay in his claim to be recovering rather than innovating. He insisted that returning religious practice to authenticated hadith was not the creation of a new school, but submission to the original sources. Critics argued that this very claim concealed an interpretive act. To classify reports, choose which evidence governs a practice, and decide how legal conclusions follow is already to interpret. The refusal to appear as an interpreter became, for his critics, one of the most troubling features of his authority. It gave his conclusions the tone of direct textual necessity, while obscuring the human judgment involved. This tension did not yet belong only to later polemics. It was built into the early rise. An autodidact without the full prestige of recognized institutional formation could strengthen his authority by presenting his method as more direct, less compromised, and closer to revelation than the inherited schools. That posture did not need to be insincere to be strategic. It answered the difficulty of legitimacy. If he lacked the older credentials, he could claim a higher discipline, not attachment to institutions, but submission to authenticated evidence. In the modern age, that claim carried unusual force. His work on widely circulated hadith collections deepened the shift. Once authentication entered printed editions, it ceased to be a private scholarly exercise. Readers encountered the canon through an apparatus of judgment. Reports were not only transmitted, they were sorted. Some were elevated, others weakened, others rejected. The page itself trained the reader to expect classification. Over time, this changed how religious texts were approached. A Hadith collection was not merely a treasury of inherited reports. It became a field of evaluation, and Sheikh al-Albani's name increasingly appeared as one of the evaluators whose judgment ordinary readers recognized. The historical novelty should be stated carefully. Hadith criticism was not new. Earlier scholars had graded reports, debated transmitters, and criticized collections. What changed was the modern scale, packaging, and accessibility of the process. Sheikh al-Albani's work entered a print ecology capable of giving specialized judgments mass circulation. His later series of authentic and weak hadiths would extend this logic with extraordinary force, but the foundation was already present in his early interventions. He turned verification into a public expectation. Teaching circles reinforced what print began. In a circle, the method could be heard as well as read. Students watched him move between texts, challenge a citation, identify a source, or correct a report. They copied not only the conclusion but also the habit of suspicion. The notebooks produced in such settings mattered. A notebook carried the lesson beyond the room before cassettes made that movement faster. Students became secondary transmitters of the method, repeating gradings, citing references, and asking questions in other gatherings shaped by what they had heard. The early recordings, where available, continued this transfer from living lesson to reproducible authority. A recorded lecture does not preserve the full environment of learning, the hesitation, the facial expression, the surrounding books, the private corrections after class. But it preserves enough to travel. The voice travels without the institution. The ruling travels without the chain of personal formation. The listener far away can pause, rewind, copy, end quote. Even before the later explosion of cassette circulation in Jordan, the logic was already visible. Religious authority was becoming more easily detachable from place. Sheikh al-Albani's critics sensed the consequences because they saw what happened when detachment accelerated. A ruling delivered in a specific context could be reproduced elsewhere without the surrounding qualifications. A hadith grading could be invoked by a student who did not understand its technical basis. A correction intended as fidelity to evidence could become a social weapon in the hands of the impatient. The problem was not invented by Sheikh al-Albani. It belonged to the modern media environment itself. But his method, because it was so portable, became one of its most powerful religious expressions. The appeal of authentication also lay in its moral clarity. In a time when political authorities often appeared compromised and religious institutions sometimes seemed entangled with state power or local prestige, the chain of transmission looked impersonal. A transmitter was reliable or not. A report had supporting routes or did not. A narration could be traced or could not. The work promised standards that seemed less vulnerable to patronage, family name, political appointment, or inherited status. This promise helped explain why a scholar outside older hierarchies could gain a following among students hungry for certainty. Still, the promise had limits. Hadith criticism itself depends on inherited scholarship. The biographical dictionaries, grading principles, transmitter evaluations, and earlier collections Sheikh al-Albani used were products of the very tradition he sometimes appeared to challenge. He did not escape inheritance. He selected within it, prioritized certain disciplines, and elevated their authority against others. This is one reason his career cannot be understood as simple return to origins. It was a modern reconfiguration of the inherited tradition, using classical tools within a transformed media and institutional environment. The distinction is important because it preserves complexity. Sheikh al-Albani was neither an isolated modernist inventing religion anew, nor a mere transmitter of unchanged classical method. He was a 20th century hadith-centered reformer formed by migration, print culture, autodidact labor, and the collapse of older certainties. His work drew on classical scholarship while bypassing some of the institutional channels through which that scholarship had usually been mediated. This made him both dependent on tradition and disruptive toward it. The contradiction did not weaken his influence, it powered it. The social effects appeared first among students. Those drawn to him learned to ask for sources, to distinguish between famous sayings and authenticated reports, to suspect inherited devotional formulas, and to treat weak narrations as moral liabilities. For some, this created a more disciplined religious life. For others, it introduced a sharper, more confrontational habit of judgment. A young man trained in this style could enter a mosque and hear the sermon differently. He listened not only for meaning, but for verification. He did not merely absorb. He checked. That checking could change communities. A preacher who once quoted widely from devotional literature might become more cautious. A teacher might be challenged over a narration used for encouragement. A family practice associated with death, marriage, or supplication might come under scrutiny. Even when people rejected Sheikh al-Albani's conclusions, they could not always ignore the question he raised. Is the report authentic? The question itself became part of the religious environment. In that sense, his influence exceeded agreement. He altered the terms of dispute. The first serious friction with traditional scholars emerged because altered terms of dispute threaten inherited authority more deeply than any single ruling. A school-based jurist could tolerate disagreement over an individual practice. Sunni law had long contained plural conclusions, but Sheikh al-Albani's method often challenged the basis on which plurality was managed. If a school's position could be publicly dismissed because the Hadith evidence used to support it was judged weak, then the jurist's broader interpretive system lost its protective authority before ordinary listeners. The argument shifted from juristic difference to evidentiary failure. This shift explains why his opponents devoted such attention to method. They did not merely defend customs. They defended the relationship between Hadith and jurisprudence. In their view, jurists had never simply ignored Hadith. They had evaluated reports through legal theory, principles of reconciliation, inherited practice, consensus, analogy, and interpretive context. A report's authenticity was essential, but not sufficient. Law required the disciplined coordination of evidence. To pull Hadith grading into public dispute without that coordination was, to them, not purification, but imbalance. Sheikh al-Albani's response, in practice if not always in a single formula, was to insist that the legal schools had too often become shields for human opinion against prophetic evidence. His criticism of blind following gave students a moral vocabulary for rejecting inherited deference. The stronger the traditional defense of the schools became, the more his followers could interpret it as proof of institutional self-protection. This dynamic hardened the debate. Each side saw the other as confirming its fear. Traditionalists saw fragmentation. Reformists saw obstruction. The early years of public influence were therefore not merely a rise in reputation. They were the formation of a conflict structure that would follow him across cities. His method created loyalty because it offered clarity. It created opposition because clarity, when applied to inherited religious life, often appears accusatory. A practice labeled weak is not simply adjusted. It may be felt as humiliation by those who inherited it from parents, teachers, and local saints. A scholar whose citation is corrected publicly may experience not technical refinement, but loss of standing. The social texture of religion means that evidence never moves alone. At times, the field of conflict was devotional literature. Reports used to encourage worship, soften hearts, or support particular acts came under scrutiny. Critics argued that strict public weakening of such material could strip religious life of inherited devotional richness and unsettle lay confidence. Sheikh al-Albani and those influenced by him replied that sincerity does not make a false attribution safe. To attribute a weak or fabricated report to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was not a minor matter. The moral weight of prophetic attribution intensified the demand for verification. At other times, the conflict appeared in legal practice. Prayer offered a visible field because bodily forms reveal difference immediately. Where hands are placed, how movements are performed, what formulas are recited, whether certain practices are added or omitted. These questions may seem small until a community disagrees over them. Then they become markers of authority, belonging, and correction. Sheikh al-Albani's later work on the Prophet's Prayer, drafted early and published later, belonged to this same impulse: to reconstruct ritual through authenticated reports in a way that ordinary believers could use. This was part of the genius and danger of popularized authentication. It did not remain confined to doctrine. It entered the body. A person prayed differently because a report was judged stronger. A funeral was conducted differently because a practice was labeled innovation. A wedding custom was abandoned because its evidentiary basis was challenged. Textual verification became embodied discipline. The method reached into the ordinary hours of life. The publishing environment made this embodiment possible. A long scholarly debate may influence only specialists, but a concise manual changes behavior. Sheikh al-Albani's early and mid-century booklets on rites, practices, and ritual questions were suited to a public in search of guidance that seemed both scholarly and accessible. They carried the atmosphere of the library into the mosque and home. They also bypassed some of the slower restraints of classroom formation. The page could correct without knowing the reader. The reader could apply without being supervised. As his name became associated with reliable hadith tracing, his authority began to function as a stamp. Readers might not follow the full reasoning, but could recognize the attribution of grading to him. Later, the phrase meaning that Sheikh al-Albani had traced or graded a report would become common in printed and digital spaces. In the earlier stage, the pattern was already taking shape. A judgment attached to his name carried increasing weight among those convinced that he possessed unusual mastery of authentication. His authority became portable because it could be condensed into references. This portability should not be mistaken for simplicity. Behind it stood years of difficult work, but portability changes reception. The specialist sees layers. The public sees labels. A student trained in his circles might know enough to respect the layers. An ordinary reader might only remember the label. The modern religious field increasingly operated between these levels. Sheikh al-Albani's influence expanded in the space where technical labor became publicly consumable. Opponents responded with their own print interventions. Refutations, counter-refutations, methodological essays, and warnings began to circulate. Scholars such as Abd al-Fattah Abu Ghudda would later criticize his errors and excesses. Others challenged specific conclusions on prayer, jewelry, tarawih, canonical collections, and the weakening of narrations accepted by earlier authorities. These critiques formed part of the same print ecology that enabled Sheikh al-Albani's rise. The modern hadith wars were not fought outside print culture, they were made by it. The dispute acquired a peculiar intimacy because all sides claimed loyalty to the prophetic tradition. Critics did not say that hadith was unimportant. Supporters did not say that scholarship was unnecessary. The disagreement lay in the ordering of disciplines, the distribution of authority, and the risks each side feared most. For Sheikh al-Albani, the central danger was inherited religion, resting on unverified or weak foundations. For his critics, the central danger was public religion cut loose from the interpretive disciplines that had historically protected it from fragmentation. The same reverence for revelation produced opposed strategies of preservation. The early rise also reveals why his career cannot be contained within biography alone. He became important because his personal discipline coincided with a structural transformation. A different age might have confined him to a library reputation. In the 20th century, with print networks expanding and inherited authority contested, his method found the medium it needed. The scholar outside formal power became influential because formal power itself no longer monopolized religious transmission. His marginality became legible as independence. His lack of institutional enclosure became part of the appeal. There is a psychological dimension in this, though it must remain grounded in behavior. Method became refuge. In a world where states shifted, borders moved, institutions weakened, and religious practice seemed crowded with inherited uncertainty, verification offered order. The scholar's task was to separate the sound from the unsound, the traceable from the invented, the prophetic from the merely customary. This sorting was not emotionally neutral, even when expressed through technical language. It gave structure to anxiety. It turned loss of institutional confidence into disciplined investigation. Students absorbed that structure. They did not merely collect rulings. They learned a posture toward the religious past. Reverence had to pass through examination. Practice had to justify itself. A famous name did not end inquiry. A widespread custom did not guarantee proof. Such lessons could produce intellectual seriousness. They could also produce impatience toward complexity. Both outcomes appeared in the movement around him, and both would become more visible as his influence expanded. By the time Sheikh al-Albani's name began traveling beyond small circles, the first friction had already become unavoidable. His work pressed directly against teachers and institutions whose authority depended on inherited legal method. His supporters increasingly saw him as a scholar of evidence rather than position. Critics increasingly saw him as an autodidact whose confidence exceeded the boundaries of proper formation. The labels hardened because the stakes were not merely personal. Each side understood that a wider public was listening. The early public corrections of devotional and legal practices therefore mattered as more than individual controversies. They demonstrated how a technical discipline could reorder everyday religion. A report weakened in a library could alter a prayer hall. A printed note could embarrass a preacher. A booklet could unsettle a family custom. A student copying references could become a carrier of method into another city. These were modest acts in isolation, but together they formed the early architecture of a new authority. Sheikh al-Albani's rise remained uneven, contested, and dependent on the very scholarly inheritance he criticized, yet its direction was clear. He was becoming influential precisely because he appeared independent of the older structures that many still believed were necessary for religious continuity. The more he challenged inherited authority through authenticated reports, the more followers gathered around him seeking clarity. The more followers gathered, the more traditional scholars felt the need to respond. Authentication had moved from study into mission, and mission had begun to produce a public. At a library desk, the movement could still look small. A page opened, a reference copied, a transmitter checked, a conclusion written in the margin. In a mosque circle, it became audible. In print, it became portable. Among students, it became a habit. The question that had formed in the tension between family inheritance, reformist literature, and solitary verification now found its first social form. Religious certainty, Sheikh al-Albani increasingly argued through his work, must be disciplined by authenticated hadith. Around that claim, admiration and resistance gathered together. 5. The scholar outside the institutions. The rupture did not arrive as a single announcement. It formed gradually in the space between a library desk and a public lesson, between a printed footnote and a dispute in a mosque, between one man's method and the institutions that had long regulated how method was supposed to be used. Before Sheikh al-Albani became a name invoked across countries, he was still recognizable as a disciplined researcher shaped by books, reformist concerns, manuscript work, and the long habit of verification. Afterward, the same habits carried another weight. A grading written in a margin could unsettle a practice. A short ruling could travel beyond Syria. A correction offered in one circle could provoke a response from scholars who had never sat in front of him. The work had crossed a threshold. In the earlier stage, his authority depended on patience. It came through tracing narrations, checking transmitters, comparing routes, and bringing order to reports scattered across printed works and manuscripts. The work was demanding but contained. It belonged to desks, libraries, circles of students and publishers who needed hadith verification for editions entering public circulation. Yet the more his conclusions touched ritual life, the less contained they remained. A weak report did not stay weak on paper. It reached prayer rows, devotional habits, wedding practices, funeral customs, and the inherited confidence of families who had never imagined that their ordinary religious behavior might be placed under technical review. The shift from research to controversy occurred because Sheikh al-Albani's method did not stop at classification. He treated classification as a discipline over practice. If a report could not stand, the practice attached to it became suspect. If a narration was authentic, then the legal school or communal habit that neglected it had to answer for that neglect. This was the second output pillar of his life, reopening the gates of verification. The phrase does not mean that hadith criticism had vanished before him. It had not. It means that he helped make re-evaluation of public demand, applied not only to obscure reports, but to widely inherited Sunni practices, legal opinions, devotional formulas, and the authority structures that protected them. The historical pressure behind this development had been building for decades. The post-Ottoman world was fragmented politically and psychologically. Colonial legacies had weakened older legal arrangements. New states had reorganized religious institutions, sometimes placing them under bureaucratic control. Reformist arguments had taught educated readers to distrust stagnation and inherited imitation. Cheap books made source material more available. In this setting, the claim that no inherited practice should remain untouched if its hadith evidence appeared weak had unusual force. It answered a modern desire for purification in a world where institutions appeared uncertain, compromised, or unable to command the same trust they once had. The central claim was plain, but its implications were difficult to contain. No scholarly tradition is immune from re-evaluation when the underlying hadith evidence does not stand. For admirers, this sounded like fidelity to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. For critics, it sounded like a dangerous flattening of Sunni legal memory. The disagreement did not arise because one side valued hadith and the other ignored it. It arose because they disagreed over the relation between hadith authentication and law. Sheikh al-Albani placed verification at the center of correction. Traditional jurists placed verification within a wider structure that included legal theory, consensus, analogy, inherited interpretive frameworks, and centuries of juristic reasoning. This is why seemingly narrow disputes became charged. A disagreement over prayer practice was never merely about the position of the hands or a formula recited at a particular point. It was about whether embodied religion should be reorganized through the direct application of authenticated reports as judged by a hadith specialist, or whether inherited legal schools possessed authority to coordinate the evidence, even when individual reports seemed to point in different directions. A devotional formula could become a test of the entire interpretive order. A ruling on a public ritual could expose the fault line between verification and jurisprudence. In Syrian teaching circles, the tension became increasingly visible. Students gathered with notebooks open, copying sources and classifications. Some were drawn by the clarity of the method. They wanted religious practice freed from what they saw as unexamined repetition. Others came out of curiosity or concern, trying to understand why this scholar had begun to attract such loyalty and such irritation. The room did not need raised voices to carry pressure. A single correction could imply that respected scholars had relied on weak material. A single grading could suggest that inherited practice had drifted away from authenticated evidence. The older scholarly order did not respond as a single body. There were differences among traditional scholars, reformists, Salafis, Sufi-influenced circles, Muslim Brotherhood educators, and independent teachers. Yet, many shared concern over the same tendency, the movement of Hadith, grading into public religious life without the full disciplines of jurisprudence around it. They feared that Sheikh al-Albani's approach encouraged students to mistake access for mastery. The ability to cite a report or, quote, a grading did not make one capable of producing law. A legal school, in their view, was not a prison of blind following, but a disciplined memory of how evidence had been understood, weighed, reconciled, and applied. Sheikh al-Albani's challenge cut deeply because it questioned the moral confidence of that memory. He did not simply say that certain scholars had erred, which every legal tradition allowed in principle. He repeatedly framed strict adherence to inherited schools as a form of blameworthy imitation when it overrode authenticated evidence. The language transformed a technical debate into a moral pressure. A person was no longer merely following a school, he might be following men against proof. The charge was serious, and it was heard as serious by scholars whose entire vocation had been formed around transmitted method. The concrete anchors of the controversy multiplied. Prayer practices were examined through reports he judged stronger or weaker. Devotional formulas were challenged when their supporting narrations did not satisfy his standards. Legal opinions associated with established Sunni positions came under scrutiny when he believed the evidence pointed elsewhere. His writings and lessons addressed matters that ordinary believers could see immediately: how to pray, how to conduct funerals, what practices around graves were permissible, what forms of worship lacked proof, what reports could be used, and which famous narrations should no longer be repeated with confidence. The technical field became social because it entered the visible life of the community. Opposition grew partly because public correction has a different texture from private scholarship. Within advanced circles, scholars may disagree over a report with careful qualifications. In the mosque, the same disagreement can sound like accusation. A local imam quotes a narration to encourage worship. A student shaped by Sheikh al-Albani's method asks whether the report is authentic. The question may be legitimate. It may also be felt as a challenge to authority, age, and communal trust. The social atmosphere changes. The student is no longer only learning from the mosque, he is auditing it. This new posture unsettled older patterns of religious etiquette. Traditional learning had expected students to sit for years, absorb method gradually, and speak with restraint under supervision. The culture of verification encouraged a more active form of questioning. It could produce seriousness and discipline. It could also produce impatience. Followers of Sheikh al-Albani did not always reproduce his technical labor. Sometimes they reproduced only the confidence of correction. Critics noticed this quickly. They feared not only the scholar, but the type of student his method could create when detached from depth. The scholar outside the institutions became polarizing because his distance from those institutions functioned in opposite ways for different audiences. To followers, he appeared unbought, uncontained, unafraid of inherited prestige. His authority seemed to come from work rather than office. To critics, the same distance signaled danger. A man not fully disciplined by the recognized hierarchies of legal scholarship was publicly correcting the results of those hierarchies. Independence could look like sincerity or instability, depending on where one stood. The print environment amplified both perceptions. Cheap booklets condensed disputes into portable form. A reader did not need to attend a long scholarly debate to encounter a conclusion. Short works on prayer, funerals, marriage, grave practices, and ritual conduct could be bought, copied, or given as corrective advice. Their practical focus mattered. The reader did not have to understand the entire architecture of legal theory. He could apply the conclusion. The book moved directly from page to behavior. This was part of the force of reopening verification. It bypassed the slow pace of institutional learning by offering usable correction. A worshiper could change a prayer habit. A family could abandon a funeral practice. A young man could refuse a devotional formula he had heard since childhood. These changes were rarely neutral. They could create conflict at home, in mosques, and between generations. The authority of the book entered spaces where previous authority had been carried by parents, local scholars, and communal memory. The controversy intensified because Sheikh al-Albani's project did not limit itself to marginal devotional sayings. He applied scrutiny to widely circulated Hadith collections and to narrations used in established practice. His later large-scale series distinguishing sound from weak reports turned Hadith grading into a visible architecture of judgment. But even before those works reached their full scale, the pattern was clear. The inherited canon was not to be received passively. It had to be filtered, rechecked, and republished in forms that made reliability visible to modern readers. For many supporters, this was precisely his service. They believed he gave ordinary believers protection against false attribution. He helped them distinguish what could be confidently ascribed to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, from what had entered religious life through weak reports, devotional excess, local custom, or careless transmission. In an age of mass circulation, they argued, weak material could spread more dangerously than ever. The answer was not less verification, but more. For critics, however, the danger was that his classifications appeared to override a broader scholarly inheritance. A hadith might be judged weak by one method and strengthened by another. A report might not be the only basis for a ruling. A practice might rest on multiple evidences, legal principles, communal continuity, or juristic consensus. To isolate one report and weaken it could mislead readers into believing the entire practice had no foundation. This concern lay behind many of the later refutations directed at him. The issue was not resistance to checking reports, but resistance to making hadith grading the master key to law. The names of critics began to form a documented landscape around him. Abdul Fattah Abu Ghudda criticized what he saw as errors and excesses. Muhammad Awama defended the seriousness of scholarly disagreement and the juristic use of hadith. Habib al-Rahman al-Azami, Abdullah al-Ghumari, Mahmud Saeed Mamdouh, Hassan al-Saqaf, and others wrote works challenging his conclusions or method. The details varied, and not all critiques had the same tone or quality, but their existence revealed the scale of the disturbance. He was no longer a local researcher with unusual habits. He had become a figure scholars felt compelled to answer. One of the most important confrontations unfolded around the wider Syrian debate over abandoning strict adherence to the madhabs. Muhammad Sa'id Ramadan al-Bouti became one of the most prominent defenders of school-based legal authority against what he saw as dangerous anti-madhab tendencies. Al-Bouti did not present his case as an attack on hadith. He argued that ordinary believers and even many students required the disciplined mediation of established legal schools. Without such mediation, he feared that claims of direct return to scripture and hadith could produce fragmentation, self-authorized interpretation, and religious instability. The debate between these positions mattered because it placed Sheikh al-Albani inside a larger Syrian genealogy. The question was not simply whether one scholar in Damascus graded reports differently from another. It concerned the future of Sunni authority after empire, colonialism, nationalism, and reform. Should modern Muslims recover religious certainty by returning directly to textual proofs and purifying practice from inherited accretions? Or should they preserve certainty through disciplined continuity with the legal schools, whose methods had long governed how evidence became law? These two answers could overlap in places, but under pressure they often hardened into opposition. Sheikh al-Albani's method had a psychological advantage in public settings. it could be stated more simply: bring the evidence, check the report, follow what is authentic, avoid what is weak. The traditional reply required more layers. Authenticity is necessary but not sufficient. Juristic reasoning mediates evidence. Consensus matters. Legal maxims organize application. Inherited schools prevent lay confusion. The second answer may be more structurally complex, but complexity travels less easily than a demand for proof. In the age of pamphlets and cassettes, this difference mattered. Technology did not create the debate, but it changed its reach. Printed responses could travel. Short booklets could be carried across borders. Recorded lessons could preserve the scholar's voice and detach it from the room in which it was delivered. A student with a cassette could carry not only rulings, but a method of suspicion. He could play the lecture for friends in another city. He could copy it again. The voice moved through homes, shops, dormitories, and mosques, gaining authority partly through repetition. This movement across borders altered the scale of responsibility. In older scholarly cultures, a teacher's influence often depended on direct students, local institutions, and networks of transmission that retained some personal accountability. Cassette circulation weakened that containment. A recorded answer could be invoked in a place where the teacher did not know the questioner, the local practice, or the social consequences. Sheikh al-Albani's method was especially suited to such movement because its conclusions could be condensed. Authentic, weak, innovation, no evidence. These phrases crossed borders easily. The more the method traveled, the more it became identity. Followers did not only adopt individual rulings, they learned to see themselves as people of evidence, people of hadith, people refusing blind following. This identity gave coherence to scattered students who might never share a single institution. It also sharpened boundaries with others. The traditionalist was no longer merely someone following another method. He could be perceived as someone clinging to inherited error. Conversely, the follower of Sheikh al-Albani could be seen by critics not as a careful student, but as an agent of disruption. Mutual suspicion became part of the social world built around verification. Public opposition may have intensified the method because pressure often clarifies self-presentation. The more critics accused him of destabilizing authority, the more Sheikh al-Albani's supporters could interpret his firmness as proof of fidelity to evidence. The more institutions kept distance, the more independence became part of his image. This does not require imagining private emotion. The pattern is visible in the public structure of the controversy. Opposition gave the movement a boundary. Boundaries gave followers a sense of belonging. Belonging made the method harder to separate from personal identity. There was also a question of temperament visible through conduct. Sheikh al-Albani's public style did not soften controversy. He was known for directness and for willingness to challenge established claims openly. In technical matters, this could feel bracing to followers who were tired of vague appeals to inherited practice. To critics, it could appear dismissive of disciplines and scholars that deserved greater deference. The same manner produced different moral readings. Firmness became courage in one account, harshness in another. The rupture remained intellectual before it became institutional, but institutions eventually had to respond. In Syria, the religious field existed under political pressure, especially as the state became more centralized and suspicious of independent religious currents. Sheikh al-Albani's activity was not party political in the usual sense. He generally avoided direct political mobilization and later became associated with a quietist posture, emphasizing obedience to established rulers. Yet a scholar could be politically sensitive without being a party activist. Religious authority outside state and traditional control could attract attention simply because it organized loyalty, gatherings, and discourse beyond official channels. Reports of his imprisonment under Bay'ath rule, beginning with a first incarceration in 1969 and followed by another imprisonment and a period of house arrest, belong to this atmosphere of state suspicion. The exact circumstances remain unclear in the sources and should not be filled with invented certainty. What can be said is more restrained. The state placed limits on him, and later admirers transformed these restrictions into part of a larger story of persecuted scholarship. The historical fact and the symbolic use of the fact are not the same. Both mattered for his later image. Imprisonment, when narrated by supporters, often places a scholar inside a lineage of truth-tellers opposed by power. In Sheikh al-Albani's case, some later accounts associated his confinement with earlier examples of scholars punished for uncompromising positions. Such comparisons can illuminate how followers understood him, but they can also simplify the political complexity of 20th century Syria. His rupture with authority was not only state repression, it was also conflict with scholarly institutions, religious rivals, publishing networks, and the unwieldy public produced by print and audio media. The prison episode did not create his authority. It became one layer in the moral imagination surrounding it. The institutional rupture widened further with his experience in Saudi Arabia. In 1961, he was invited to teach Hadith at the Islamic University of Medina, a new institution connected to Saudi religious ambitions and transnational Islamic education. The appointment itself showed that his Hadith reputation had crossed regional boundaries. A scholar without the older prestigious credentials had become valuable to a modern religious university seeking Hadith expertise and international influence. For Sheikh al-Albani, it placed his method inside an official institution for a brief but significant period. The Medina episode revealed another form of tension. Saudi religious institutions were themselves associated with scripturalism, anti-innovation polemics, and reverence for Hadith. On the surface, this might have seemed a natural home for Sheikh al-Albani's method. Yet even there, institutional expectations and independent verification did not always align. Academic reference accounts note flashpoints involving his criticism of certain Saudi scholarly habits, his objections to adherence to the Hanbali school, his views on issues such as the face veil, and his encouragement of students to question professors over weak hadith or insufficient proof. His contract was not renewed after several years, and he returned to Syria. The significance of Medina lies less in the administrative details than in the pattern it revealed. Sheikh al-Albani's method could unsettle even institutions that shared parts of his reformist orientation. He was not simply a Syrian critic of traditional madhab culture. He was a scholar whose verification principle could turn on any inherited structure, including Salafi or Hanbali-leaning environments, when he judged the evidence differently. This made him difficult to contain. Institutions often value reform when it strengthens their authority. They become wary when reform produces students willing to challenge the institution itself. His departure from Medina also strengthened the paradox of his authority. The brief institutional elevation confirmed his stature. The rupture confirmed his independence. Followers could see both as evidence in his favor, recognized enough to be invited, uncompromising enough not to be absorbed. Critics could read the same sequence differently, talented enough to attract attention, disruptive enough to prove the danger of his approach. The event did not settle his legitimacy. It made the question travel farther. After Syria and Medina, Jordan became increasingly important as a base of influence. There, especially from the early 1980s onward, his presence drew students seeking religious knowledge through Salafi networks outside older institutional arrangements. Jordan offered relative space for teaching, recording, and gathering, though not without its own political constraints. Young men came to him with questions shaped by the expanding Hadith culture he had helped create. They did not seek only information. They sought a method capable of separating the authentic from the inherited. The teaching environment in Jordan carried the marks of the technological age. Recorders preserved sessions, students duplicated tapes, printed works and audio lessons reinforced each other. the lecture was no longer bounded by the place in which it occurred. A reply given in Amman could be heard in another country by someone who knew nothing of the local circumstances surrounding the original question. This created both continuity and distortion. The method traveled faithfully in sound, but not always in context. The public increasingly encountered Sheikh al-Albani as a reference point rather than a person. His name attached to gradings, booklets, recordings, and later digital citations. The figure became compressed into a function. Authenticated by Sheikh al-Albani, weakened by Sheikh al-Albani, corrected by Sheikh al-Albani. This compression intensified both loyalty and opposition. A human scholar with limitations, revisions, and contexts became, in public use, a marker of legitimacy. That process was not entirely under his control. It belonged to the media ecology surrounding him. Reopening the gates of verification, therefore, produced consequences beyond his intention. A scholar may insist on discipline, but a public adopts what it can carry. Many followers carried the language of evidence with seriousness. Others carried it as identity. Some students became careful researchers. Others became quick challengers of local practice. Some remained quietist and focused on ritual correction. Others carried the broader anti-institutional impulse into more confrontational religious currents. Sheikh al-Albani did not cause all these outcomes in a simple way, but his method became available to them. This availability made him a transnational authority. His influence did not depend on building a single organization. It moved through dispersed networks: students, publishers, cassette sellers, mosques, book fairs, private gatherings, and eventually digital databases. Such authority is harder to measure than office. It leaves traces in habits of speech, in footnotes, in arguments after prayer, in the confidence of young students asking older scholars for proof. It changes the atmosphere before it changes institutions. The critics continued to press the same central concern. Hadith grading, they argued, cannot alone bear the weight of law. The juristic tradition had preserved methods for reconciling evidence, identifying exceptions, understanding consensus, and distinguishing between reports used for virtue, reports used for law, and reports superseded or qualified by other evidence. When Sheikh al-Albani publicly weakened narrations found in respected collections or rejected practices associated with established schools, critics feared that ordinary readers would perceive the entire inherited structure as unreliable. The controversy over canonical collections sharpened this fear. Sheikh al-Albani's work included classifications that challenged reports widely treated as sound, including some found in highly respected collections. Scholars had debated individual reports in earlier centuries, but the modern republication of collections with weak narrations removed or marked created a new public encounter with the canon. For many readers, the inherited text arrived already reorganized by a modern hadith critic. The canon did not disappear. It appeared under judgment. This act had symbolic power. It suggested that even revered compilations and widely transmitted works remained open to re-evaluation through hadith criticism. Supporters saw scholarly courage and fidelity to method. Critics saw overreach and a weakening of public trust in the tradition's most stable reference points. The dispute again turned on the same question: who may reclassify inherited religious knowledge for the modern public, and what disciplines must govern that act? Sheikh al-Albani's influence was strengthened by the fact that many of his conclusions were accessible in form, even when not in evidence. A layperson might not examine transmitter biographies, but he could understand the practical result. This report is weak. This practice has no sound basis. This wording is not established. This prayer form is stronger. The clarity of the conclusion did not require the reader to enter the complexity of the proof. It created a public culture in which technical authority could be consumed through labels. Traditional institutions had their own forms of compression. Legal manuals also gave concise rulings without exposing all evidence. The difference lay in what kind of trust was being requested. A madhab manual asked the reader to trust inherited juristic synthesis. Sheikh al-Albani's apparatus asked the reader to trust Hadith verification as the controlling discipline. Each compressed complexity. Each depended on specialists. The public dispute often hid this shared structure, because the rhetoric of direct evidence made one form of trust appear less mediated than the other. This was one of the deepest ambiguities of the rupture. The movement against blind following did not eliminate following, it redirected it. Students who rejected inherited legal school authority often accepted Sheikh al-Albani's classifications without independently verifying the evidence. In practice, they followed a hadith authority rather than a madhab authority. Supporters might reply that the difference was decisive because his authority pointed back to evidence rather than school loyalty. Critics would answer that without mastery, the layperson remained dependent either way, and that the older schools provided a broader and safer structure for such dependence. The human consequences of this ambiguity appeared in communities. A young student returning from a lesson might begin correcting family members. An older father might experience the correction as disrespect rather than learning. A local imam might feel his authority bypassed by a cassette recorded in another country. A mosque board might face disputes over practices once taken for granted. None of this required violence or dramatic confrontation. The rupture often lived in quiet discomfort, a changed prayer gesture, a discarded booklet, a sermon avoided, a teacher no longer trusted as before. Followers also experienced the method as moral purification. To abandon a weakly supported practice could feel like cleansing one's worship from uncertainty. To cite an authentic report could feel like standing closer to prophetic instruction. This sense of closeness gave the movement emotional strength beneath its technical surface. The language remained scholarly, but the stakes were intimate. People do not change funeral customs, prayer habits, or inherited devotional acts because of footnotes alone. They do so because those footnotes have acquired moral force. Opponents understood the moral force and feared its narrowing effect. Religious life, they argued, is not secured by authenticity labels alone. It requires humility before inherited scholarship, awareness of disagreement, and recognition that the legal schools emerged from serious engagement with the same sources. To treat inherited continuity as suspicion by default could produce an impoverished relationship to the past. It could train people to see centuries of scholarship primarily as obstacle rather than guidance. Sheikh al-Albani's public career developed inside that unresolved argument. Each new circle, booklet, recording, or dispute expanded the field. He was no longer simply performing authentication. He was embodying a challenge to the distribution of religious trust. His work asked whether the modern believer should trust institutions because they inherited method, or trust verification because it could expose institutional error. The answer divided students, scholars, and communities in ways that outlived the particular disputes that triggered them. The widening controversy also forced traditional scholars to articulate their own assumptions more clearly. Defenses of the madhabs became more explicit. Scholars explained why ordinary believers require qualified guidance, why legal schools represent accumulated reasoning, why hadith use in law cannot be reduced to grading alone, and why disagreement among jurists should not be treated automatically as deviation from authentic evidence. In this sense, Sheikh al-Albani's challenge reshaped his opponents as well. He compelled them to defend what earlier generations could often take for granted. This mutual shaping is essential. A polarizing figure does not only produce followers, he reorganizes the arguments of critics. By challenging inherited legal authority through public verification, Sheikh al-Albani made the defense of madhab-based learning more conscious, more polemical, and more urgent in certain circles. The controversy sharpened boundaries that had previously been softer in daily life. People who once followed a school without naming the philosophy behind it now heard that school adherence defended or attacked as a central religious question. The role of students became increasingly significant. A scholar's influence depends not only on what he teaches, but on how students reproduce it. Some of Sheikh al-Albani's students preserved his lectures, arranged recordings, circulated tapes, and carried his method into new settings. Others absorbed the confidence more than the caution. This is a common fate of influential methods. The master's labor becomes the follower's slogan. The archive becomes a phrase. The phrase becomes identity. The identity enters conflict with other identities. The technology of cassettes intensified this reproduction because it preserved tone along with content. A book gives words. A cassette gives the listener a voice of authority. Pauses, corrections, emphasis, certainty, irritation, patience. The recorded scholar becomes present in absent rooms. Listeners can replay the answer until it feels settled. The voice may become more influential in reproduction than it was in the original gathering, because repetition removes hesitation and context while strengthening familiarity. Printed responses from critics also traveled, but they often required more patience. A multi-volume refutation asks for sustained reading. A cassette answer can be heard while traveling, working, resting, or gathering with friends. This asymmetry shaped the public field. Complex defenses of legal method could circulate among scholars and advanced students. Concise authentication judgments moved more easily among the broader public. The medium favored certain forms of authority over others. Sheikh al-Albani's rise, therefore, reveals a modern transformation larger than Hadith studies alone. Religious authority increasingly depended on reproducibility. The scholar whose lesson could be copied, whose ruling could be printed cheaply, whose name could be attached to classifications, and whose method could be imitated by distant students, possessed a new kind of power. It did not require control over courts or official institutions. It required circulation. This kind of power could remain quietist politically while radical socially. Sheikh al-Albani generally avoided direct political activism and often emphasized obedience to established rulers. Yet his method could still disrupt religious life profoundly. Quietism did not mean absence of conflict. It meant that the conflict was located less in seizing the state than in redefining evidence, ritual, authority, and religious trust. The mosque, the home, the bookshop, and the cassette stall became sites of transformation. His controversial legal opinions intensified the sense that no inherited assumption was fully safe from review. Academic reference literature notes positions such as his view that the face veil was not mandatory, his prohibition regarding women wearing gold, his criticism of the mihrab as an innovation, and permissibility of prayer forms outside the four schools. These rulings did not all point in one predictable social direction. That mattered. He was not simply stricter in every case or more lenient in every case. The controlling principle was his reading of evidence. This made him harder to classify and sometimes harder for institutions to absorb. The unevenness of his conclusions reinforced the method's claim to independence. If he had merely repeated a known institutional line, his role would have been simpler. Instead, he could disagree with traditionalist Syrians, with some Saudi scholars, with inherited Hanafi practice, and with popular devotional customs. The consistency lay not in institutional loyalty, but in the posture of verification. For admirers, this proved that evidence governed him. For critics, it proved that his method lacked the stabilizing discipline of legal tradition. The rupture also changed Sheikh al-Albani's own public image. The isolated researcher became a symbol of a wider struggle. Symbols compress complexity. The man who spent years reading, tracing, and correcting became, for supporters, the Hadith scholar who restored authenticity against blind following. For opponents, he became the autodidact who empowered untrained readers against juristic tradition. Neither image captured the whole person, but both shaped his influence. Public controversy often produces usable images before it preserves nuance. His supporters' image was strengthened by stories of discipline, poverty, outsider status, imprisonment, and refusal to compromise. His critics' image was strengthened by reports of harsh correction, institutional friction, contested rulings, and followers who challenged scholars with insufficient training. The same events entered different moral narratives. The historian's task is not to choose one image and discard the other, but to understand why both became plausible in the transformed world of modern Sunni authority. The second output pillar, reopening verification, therefore carried a double effect. It revived public attention to the reliability of religious evidence and made many readers more cautious about attributing sayings to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It also destabilized inherited structures by giving broad audiences a language with which to challenge established practice. The achievement and the disruption cannot be separated cleanly. They were produced by the same method under the same historical pressure. By this stage, Sheikh al-Albani had become influential precisely because he stood outside the older structures while drawing from the tradition those structures preserved. His authority was neither purely institutional nor purely individual. It was archival, textual, technological, and social. It rested in notebooks, printed margins, cassette shelves, student networks, disputes, and the reputation of relentless checking. The older scholarly world could not ignore him. The newer religious public could not stop reproducing him. In Syrian and Jordanian circles, the consequences continued unfolding quietly. A student copied a grading into the margin of a book. A teacher prepared a refutation. A mosque adjusted or resisted a practice. A publisher planned a new edition. A cassette moved across a border. These were ordinary acts, almost invisible by themselves. Together they marked the passage from scholarship into symbol. Sheikh al-Albani no longer functioned merely as a scholar of Hadith. He had become a site of contest over who defines authentic Islam in the modern age. 6. Exile, isolation, and the refinement of method. The room was rarely large enough for the argument it contained. Sometimes it was a modest apartment, crowded with shelves and loose papers. Sometimes it was a mosque corner, where students sat close enough to see the markings in the books before him. Sometimes it was a room arranged less like an institution than a working archive, with cassettes stacked near notebooks and printed volumes opened across whatever surfaces could hold them. Sheikh al-Albani's crucible did not resemble the dramatic image of a single cell in which a scholar is separated from the world and transformed at once. It was more dispersed than that, and more modern. It was made of libraries, restrictions, travel, contested teaching, students who wanted certainty, critics who wrote against him, recordings that multiplied his answers, and the repeated experience of being invited into public influence while never quite fitting the institutions that might have contained him. The older language of exile can mislead if used too narrowly. Sheikh al-Albani was displaced in more than one sense. His family had left Albania under pressure from a changing political order. He had grown into scholarship outside the secure pathways of recognized religious elites. He taught in Syria while the state tightened its suspicion toward independent religious activity. He entered the Islamic University of Medina and then left after institutional tension. He later settled in Jordan, where his influence expanded through students and recordings, even as controversy followed him. His life did not move cleanly from freedom to imprisonment or from obscurity to triumph. It moved through partial openings and partial closures, through places that needed his expertise but resisted the consequences of his method. This is why his psychological center cannot be located only in prison, though imprisonment matters. Reports state that under Ba'ath rule he was incarcerated twice, the first time in 1969, followed by another period of imprisonment and then house arrest. The exact circumstances remain unclear in the sources, and that uncertainty must be preserved. The temptation is to arrange the episode into a familiar story of persecution, as later admirers sometimes did, by linking his confinement to earlier scholars punished by political power. But the deeper crucible was not reducible to the prison narrative. It lay in a longer pattern, institutions approaching him for usefulness, then recoiling from his independence, students seeking his clarity, then turning clarity into identity, critics accusing him of rupture, then helping make him unavoidable by answering him at length. Under pressure, some scholars softened their public edge in order to remain within institutions. Sheikh al-Albani's pattern moved differently. The more his method was challenged, the more central the method became to his authority. This does not require guessing at private motives. It appears in observable behavior, sustained grading work, repeated correction of reports, public insistence on evidence, refusal to let inherited school loyalty settle disputed practice, and a growing body of recordings and writings that made his scholarly posture recognizable even to people who never met him. Method became not only what he did, but how others identified him. The historical pressure behind this transformation was larger than one man's temperament. Mass literacy expanded the number of readers who could participate in religious argument. Print circulation placed Hadith collections, legal discussions, reformist essays, and devotional manuals into hands that earlier systems might have reached more slowly. Older monopolies over learning weakened under the combined force of colonial restructuring, nation-state bureaucracy, migration, urbanization, and new media. Authority no longer traveled only through a teacher's circle or a court appointment. It moved through footnotes, cheap editions, mailed books, duplicated tapes, and students who crossed borders carrying both admiration and grievance. Sheikh al-Albani's internal shift, visible through his public work, was the conviction that authenticated evidence should be made accessible beyond specialist circles. He did not treat Hadith verification as a protected craft, whose conclusions should remain hidden inside elite scholarly exchange. He wanted the distinction between sound and weak reports to discipline practice at the level of ordinary religious life. In plain language, his claim was that ordinary Muslims should evaluate practice through authenticated evidence rather than inherited authority alone. That claim gave his work democratic force. It also made it socially volatile. The third output pillar of his life grew here, Hadith method as public identity. Earlier, he had helped popularize authentication as a habit of religious scrutiny. Then he reopened verification as a public demand against inherited legal and devotional claims. In this crucible, the method itself became a form of belonging. To follow him was not only to accept certain gradings or rulings, it was to inhabit a posture toward the religious past, cautious, corrective, suspicious of unexamined inheritance, confident that authenticity could be identified and acted upon. The language of Hadith criticism began to mark communities, students, and arguments. The concrete anchors of this transformation were ordinary objects: a printed footnote declaring a report weak, an edited collection in which narrations were marked according to reliability, a cassette lecture answering a question about prayer, funerals, or a devotional formula, a student notebook filled with references copied from his lesson, a stack of duplicated tapes labeled by number and topic. These objects carried the method farther than personal charisma alone could have done. They made Hadith criticism portable. They made a specialist vocabulary available to non-specialists. They allowed listeners to enter disputes with words that once belonged mainly to trained scholars: authentic, weak, fabricated, chain, narrator, evidence, innovation, proof. The measurable impact was not simply the number of books he wrote or the number of lectures recorded. It was the change in religious speech. Across many communities influenced by his work, ordinary believers began asking whether a narration was authentic before asking how their local school had treated the matter. A report's classification became part of daily argument. Hadith terminology entered mosque conversations, family discussions, student circles, and later online exchanges. This did not mean that ordinary believers mastered Hadith science. Most did not. It meant that the public imagination of religious authority had changed. Authenticity had become a public demand. The appeal of that demand was particularly strong among students who felt caught between inherited piety and modern dislocation. They saw religious institutions divided, politicized, or shaped by habit. They heard contradictory rulings. They encountered sermons containing reports without clear attribution. They read reformist critiques of stagnation and imitation. Sheikh al-Albani gave them a method that seemed both ancient and modern. Ancient because it returned to prophetic reports and classical transmitter criticism. Modern because it resembled research, verification, classification, and transparent documentation. It allowed religious certainty to appear disciplined rather than merely inherited. Yet the same accessibility produced distortion. A discipline requiring expertise became a vocabulary of identity. A student could repeat a conclusion without knowing how the conclusion had been reached. A cassette answer could circulate without its surrounding context. A printed label could replace patient study. Followers who admired caution could become careless in correction. Critics who opposed his influence could caricature him as though he had invented Hadith criticism or rejected scholarship entirely. Influence and distortion grew together because the method had entered mass circulation. This was the central contradiction of Sheikh al-Albani's crucible. He spent his life inside difficult technical labor, yet his public influence depended on simplifying the results of that labor enough for circulation. The more accessible his work became, the more it could be reduced. A classification emerged from comparison, judgment, inherited scholarship, and dispute. In public speech, it became a tag: weak, authentic, no basis, established. The tag was powerful because it was simple. It was dangerous for the same reason. His critics understood this danger not as a minor side effect, but as the heart of the problem. They feared that the movement around him detached Hadith authentication from jurisprudence, consensus, legal maxims, and the interpretive depth of the legal schools. A weak report, they argued, might not be the only basis of a practice. An authentic report might not yield the obvious legal conclusion. A juristic school preserved methods for coordinating evidence that could not be replaced by a grading label in a pamphlet. They were not defending ignorance of Hadith. They were defending the disciplines through which Hadith became law. Still, Sheikh al-Albani's supporters could reply with a force difficult to dismiss. Too many practices, they believed, had acquired religious authority through repetition rather than proof. Too many sermons contained sayings attributed loosely to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Too many ordinary believers had been told to trust inherited forms without being shown evidence. If critics feared disorder, supporters feared a different disorder, the disorder of unverified religion presented as sacred continuity. Both fears were historically intelligible. Neither was imaginary. The environments in which this conflict unfolded were often enclosed and modest. In a private room crowded with books, Sheikh al-Albani could receive questions from students whose seriousness was mixed with impatience. In a mosque corner, a student might ask about a practice in his local community and leave with a ruling that would later disturb that community. In a cassette session, a technical answer became reproducible before anyone fully knew where it would travel. The public scale of the movement depended on rooms that did not look public at first. The apartments and teaching rooms associated with him carried the texture of working scholarship rather than ceremonial authority. Books were not decorative. They were handled, marked, opened, compared, and returned. Cassettes gathered because students understood that a lesson left unrecorded might be lost to those not present. Notebooks moved between hands. A question asked in one sitting could become a reference for another circle elsewhere. The scene had little of the old grandeur of formal institutions. Its power lay in reproducibility and concentration. This modesty also strengthened his outsider image. He was not a grand mufti issuing rulings from a state office. He was not the visible head of a university hierarchy. He was a scholar surrounded by texts, students, questions, and machines that carried his answers into the world. The lack of institutional ceremony became part of the moral appeal. For followers, it suggested authenticity of another kind, independence from official power, nearness to sources, seriousness without pomp. For critics, it suggested a dangerous detachment from the restraints that office and institution can impose. Saudi Arabia revealed the complexity of that detachment. His invitation to teach Hadith at the Islamic University of Medina in 1961 confirmed that his reputation had reached a major transnational institution. The university itself was part of a new Saudi project of religious education with global ambitions, drawing students from many countries and presenting a scripturalist Sunni orientation through modern institutional form. For a time, Sheikh al-Albani's Hadith expertise entered this setting directly, yet the fit was never simple. The tension in Medina showed that shared language does not eliminate institutional conflict. Saudi religious circles valued Hadith, purification, and erudition to many devotional innovations. But Sheikh al-Albani's independence did not always align with Saudi scholarly habits or Hanbali legal inheritance. Reports note controversies involving his criticism of adherence to the Hanbali school, his willingness to challenge professors over weak reports, and his views on issues such as the face veil. After several years, his contract was not renewed. Whether described as expulsion or non-renewal, the outcome mattered less than the pattern. An institution could welcome his expertise and still find his method difficult to absorb. This episode refined his public image. Recognition by Medina gave him international stature. Departure from Medina gave him outsider credibility. The same event could be read in opposite ways. Supporters saw a scholar unwilling to compromise evidence for institutional comfort. Critics saw a disruptive teacher whose method encouraged students to challenge rightful authorities without adequate formation. In both readings, the institution became a stage on which the meaning of his method was contested. In Syria, the pressures were different. The state, after the Ba'athist consolidation, was increasingly suspicious of independent religious networks, especially as political tensions sharpened across society. Sheikh al-Albani's posture was generally not revolutionary in the party political sense. He was known more for religious method than political mobilization, and later, Salafi currents influenced by him often emphasized obedience to established authority. Yet states do not only fear parties, they also monitor unofficial authority, gatherings, cross-border networks, and religious figures who command loyalty outside state structures. His imprisonment and restrictions must be held within that wider atmosphere without overstatement. The available accounts indicate real state pressure but do not fully clarify the circumstances. It is historically safer to describe the effect than to invent the cause. Restrictions on teaching, movement, and public activity reinforced the experience of being both sought after and contained. Students wanted access. Authorities imposed limits. Critics watched with concern. Supporters later interpreted restriction as evidence of truth under pressure. In such conditions, every boundary placed around a scholar can increase the desire of followers to preserve and circulate his words. Containment can sometimes produce expansion. A lesson that cannot be openly institutionalized may become private, recorded, copied, and distributed. A scholar restricted in one city may acquire symbolic weight elsewhere. A movement denied the appearance of normality may develop its own infrastructures. Homes, tapes, booklets, informal circles, travel routes, and trusted students. This does not mean repression automatically produces truth. It means pressure changes the form of transmission. In Sheikh al-Albani's case, limitations around teaching did not stop the method. They helped push it into media and student networks, less dependent on official space. Jordan eventually became the most important setting for this later form. When he settled there in the early 1980s, he entered a society with its own dense religious landscape: traditional scholars, Muslim Brotherhood networks, Salafi circles, state religious institutions, Palestinian communities, and transnational ties across the region. Jordan was neither an empty refuge nor a neutral platform. It was a place where religious authority interacted with monarchy, migration, regional politics, mosque activism, and the growing circulation of Islamic books and tapes. Sheikh al-Albani's presence added a hadith-centered axis to an already complex field. In Jordanian circles, his method became increasingly identified with a community of students. Young men came seeking not only answers, but formation. They wanted to know how to distinguish authentic practice from inherited error. They wanted access to a scholar whose reputation had survived criticism, institutional rupture, and state restriction. The gatherings were not always large, but the recordings made size less important. A circle of limited physical attendance could become transnational through duplication. The cassette sessions changed the relationship between teacher and audience. Classical learning depends heavily on presence. Watching a teacher, absorbing context, receiving correction over time, understanding what is not said as much as what is said. A cassette preserves the voice, but loosens the setting. It lets distant listeners feel close, while remaining outside the discipline of direct apprenticeship. It democratizes access while thinning formation. For Sheikh al-Albani's method, this was both opportunity and risk. The series known as Al-Huda Wa-al-Nur became one of the main vehicles through which his voice circulated. Hundreds of recorded sessions preserved his answers, discussions, corrections, and references. Students distributed them, copied them, cataloged them, and used them as sources. The sheer volume mattered. A method repeated across hundreds of recordings becomes more than a set of opinions. It becomes an atmosphere. Listeners learn what kinds of questions to ask, what kinds of evidence to value, what kinds of inherited practices to suspect, and how to speak when correcting others. This is how Hadith method became public identity. The student, influenced by Sheikh al-Albani, did not simply say, "I follow this ruling." He often learned to say, "What is the evidence?" or "Is the Hadith authentic?" These questions signaled belonging to a wider religious sensibility. They marked a shift from inherited trust to authenticated proof as public posture. The questions were legitimate within scholarship. Their new force came from being asked by people outside the older specialist structures, often in settings where the question itself could unsettle authority before any answer was given. The human behavior around him reflected the pressure of this new posture. Students sought certainty, sometimes with humility, sometimes with sharpness. Critics defended inherited legal depth, sometimes with patience, sometimes with polemical heat. Institutions attempted to contain disputes not necessarily because they opposed evidence, but because public religious fragmentation threatened communal order and institutional legitimacy. Followers hardened into factions when controversy gave them identity. The scholar at the center continued correcting, tracing, and answering, while his answers entered lives and disputes he could not personally supervise. The narrowing effect of constant controversy is visible in the way public roles harden over time. A scholar repeatedly accused of undermining tradition may become more insistent that his method is nothing but loyalty to revelation. Critics repeatedly faced with students dismissing inherited scholarship may become more defensive of institutional authority. Followers repeatedly told that their method is dangerous may embrace danger as proof of sincerity. None of these shifts require private speculation. They are the predictable social effects of prolonged conflict. For Sheikh al-Albani, public questioning was both method and exposure. He invited evidence-based examination, but he also became an object of examination. Critics scrutinized his gradings, compared them with earlier authorities, identified inconsistencies, and published rebuttals. Some critiques were serious and detailed. Others were driven by polemical hostility. This range matters. Not all opposition was equal, and not all criticism was fair. Yet, the presence of criticism forced his supporters to defend not only conclusions, but the authority of the man whose name increasingly carried those conclusions. A subtle transformation followed. In principle, the method asked people not to attach themselves blindly to individuals. In practice, Sheikh al-Albani's name itself became a sign of reliability for many followers. The anti-imitation movement developed its own trusted figure. A listener who would reject a madhab ruling as inherited might accept a grading because Sheikh al-Albani had given it. This did not make the two forms of trust identical, but it exposed the difficulty of escaping mediation. Ordinary believers cannot personally verify every report. They must trust someone. The question becomes, which kind of trust appears most faithful? This contradiction did not disappear. It deepened as the movement expanded. Students repeated his conclusions because they trusted his labor. Critics pointed out that such repetition could resemble the very imitation he criticized, only transferred from school to Hadith specialist. Supporters replied that following evidence-based scholarship differed from following inherited school loyalty. Critics answered that without independent capacity, the ordinary person still follows authority. The argument circled not because people failed to understand it, but because it touched a real limit within modern religious democratization. Access increases faster than expertise. The technology intensified the limit. A cassette listener could access advanced discussion but not necessarily the discipline that made the discussion meaningful. A printed footnote could expose a report's weakness without teaching the full science of hadith criticism. An edited collection could mark classifications while hiding the years of study behind them. Modern media made results available more easily than formation. Sheikh al-Albani's influence was one of the clearest examples of this imbalance. Yet it would be unfair to describe the movement only through distortion. Many students around him became serious seekers of knowledge. They studied Arabic, hadith terminology, transmitter biographies, legal debates, and the writings of earlier scholars. Some preserved recordings with care. Some asked questions carefully. Some developed real scholarly discipline within the limits of their context. The problem was not that accessibility always produced shallowness. It was that accessibility produced unevenness. A method could generate careful students and reckless imitators at the same time. Critics also operated under pressures that shaped their responses. Traditional scholars faced a public increasingly impatient with appeals to inherited authority. They needed to defend legal schools without appearing indifferent to evidence. They needed to protect laypeople from self-authorized interpretation while acknowledging genuine abuses of weak reports and careless preaching. In some cases, opposition to Sheikh al-Albani became sharper because the social challenge he posed was sharper. A scholar defending the madhabs in the 20th century had to argue more explicitly than his predecessors did because the background trust that once carried those schools had weakened. The result was a crowded polemical field. Books answered books, lectures answered lectures, students carried objections between circles. One scholar's critique of Sheikh al-Albani might circulate among traditionalists as proof of his unreliability. One recorded response from Sheikh al-Albani might circulate among followers as proof that critics feared evidence. The exchange itself trained communities to experience scholarship as contest. This was not entirely new in Islamic history, where learned disagreement had long existed. What was new was the speed, scale, and public participation made possible by modern media. A contained world formed around the controversy, but it was not geographically contained. It was contained by repetition of themes, objects, and roles. Books, tapes, questions, refutations, rulings, students, critics, institutions, restrictions. The same elements appeared in Syria, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and eventually far beyond the Arab world. Each location altered the dispute slightly, but the central issue remained stable. Who has the authority to decide whether inherited practice stands before authenticated evidence? In Syria, the conflict was embedded in a dense scholarly culture with strong traditionalist networks. In Saudi Arabia, it appeared inside a modern religious university, linked to a state that shared some anti-innovation commitments, but retained its own institutional and legal habits. In Jordan, it matured through student networks and cassette circulation. In transnational settings, it became a badge of Salafi method, often detached from the specific Syrian debates that shaped it. The method adapted to each environment because it was portable enough to travel and sharp enough to provoke. The role of reformist predecessors remained present even when unnamed in public disputes. Sheikh al-Albani's suspicion of blind following belonged to wider currents associated with Rashid Ridha, earlier Salafi reformism, Ahli Hadith influence, and anti-imitation arguments circulating across the modern Muslim world. His originality did not lie in inventing the desire to return to sources. It lay in the particular combination of hadith verification, mass print, cassette teaching, and uncompromising public application. He turned a reformist impulse into a technical method that ordinary followers could recognize and repeat. There was a cost to this recognizability. A method that becomes identity often loses some of its flexibility. Followers may protect the identity, even when the method requires caution. Critics may attack the identity, rather than engage the strongest form of the method. Public argument rewards boundary markers, authentic against weak, sunnah against innovation, evidence against imitation, school against scripture. But real scholarship often lives in less tidy spaces. Reports have gradations. Legal use differs from hadith classification. Scholars disagree over transmitters. Context alters application. The public vocabulary could not always hold these complexities. Sheikh al-Albani himself sometimes revised judgments, as serious hadith scholars may do when evidence changes or comparison deepens. Revision is part of method, but public identity dislikes revision because identity seeks stability. A follower who has argued forcefully on the basis of a grading may find revision difficult to absorb. A critic may use revision as proof of unreliability rather than as evidence of scholarly process. The public life of hadith grading thus placed normal scholarly movement under unusual social pressure. The apartment crowded with books can therefore be read as a quieter counter-image to the public slogan, "Inside study, evidence remains difficult." A report does not become simple because a listener wants certainty. Transmission routes may complicate earlier conclusions. A transmitter's reliability may be disputed. A supporting chain may strengthen a narration enough for one scholar and not enough for another. Sheikh al-Albani's public authority depended on conclusions, but his labor remained tied to the unsettled terrain of hadith criticism itself. The public often received firmness where the underlying discipline contained argument. This tension also affected his relationship to publishing. Editing and grading hadith in print gave him enormous reach, but publishing introduced its own conflicts. Modern religious authority increasingly depended on who controlled the text, who edited it, who added notes, who wrote the introduction, who placed classifications beside reports, who distributed copies, who priced them for broad circulation. Disputes with publishers and editors over accuracy, attribution, and control were not incidental. They revealed that modern authority was partly editorial. To shape the printed form of a text was to shape how thousands of readers encountered tradition. In manuscript culture, scholarly authority often moved through restricted networks of teachers and copyists. In print culture, an edition could become a mass teacher. If Sheikh al-Albani's notes accompanied a work, his method entered every copy. If a publisher used his tracing without proper care, the authority of his name could be diluted or exploited. The struggle over editorial control was thus part of the crucible. It showed that verification was not only a science of reports, but also a battle over production, distribution, and the public face of religious knowledge. The circulation of simplified grading systems transformed the experience of canonical and semi-canonical works. Readers no longer encountered a book merely as inherited compilation, they encountered it as a classified field. Some narrations were marked reliable, others weak, others perhaps removed or separated. The reader was trained to ask whether a report could be used before asking what earlier communities had done with it. This trained caution, but it also trained suspicion. The line between the two could be thin. For many ordinary believers, this suspicion felt like awakening. They had heard sayings all their lives and now discovered that some were weak or fabricated. They had practiced rituals without knowing the evidence and now found alternative forms claimed to be closer to authenticated reports. The experience could be unsettling but also empowering. It allowed them to imagine religious life as something recoverable through study, not merely inherited through locality. The appeal of Sheikh al-Albani's method cannot be understood without recognizing this sense of recovery. For others, the same process felt like dispossession. Practices inherited from parents and teachers were suddenly treated as suspect. Local religious memory was judged by distant recordings. The warmth of communal continuity was replaced by categories that sounded severe. A grandmother's devotional habit might be described as innovation by a grandson, newly armed with a booklet. A mosque's inherited practice might be challenged by a traveler carrying a cassette from Jordan. The method's public identity entered family life with consequences no technical manual could fully anticipate. The scholar at the center of these consequences lived with increasing symbolic weight. Admiration brought students, questions, preservation, and loyalty. Opposition brought refutations, suspicion, institutional distance, and social controversy. Both forms of attention reinforced his centrality. A scholar ignored by opponents may remain marginal. A scholar answered repeatedly becomes part of the intellectual map. Sheikh al-Albani's critics, even when opposing him forcefully, helped mark the scale of his influence. His public image also benefited from the moral drama of being outside. Modern religious audiences often distrust official authority when states appear secularizing, authoritarian, corrupt, or politically entangled. A scholar without official power can appear closer to truth precisely because he lacks visible power. This perception is not always justified, but it is historically powerful. Sheikh al-Albani's modest settings, institutional tensions, and periods of restriction all contributed to an image of independence that followers found compelling. At the same time, lack of institutional containment placed heavier burden on students. In a formal scholarly environment, teachers, peers, curricula, and inherited etiquette can restrain excess. Informal movements depend more on personal discipline and the character of followers. When a method spreads through tapes and pamphlets, the teacher cannot supervise reception. A careful answer can become crude in repetition. A technical distinction can disappear. A warning against weak reports can become contempt for entire traditions. The movement extended him and reduced him at once. This double movement is essential to his later legacy. Sheikh al-Albani's work genuinely recentered Hadith authenticity for broad audiences and forced many religious speakers to become more cautious in attribution. It also contributed to a public culture in which non-specialists sometimes wielded Hadith terminology without the formation needed to sustain it responsibly. The same recordings that preserved careful analysis could circulate as tokens of factional identity. The same footnotes that opened paths to study could close conversation when treated as final slogans. The state, religious institutions, reformist networks, and transnational sponsors each related to him through their own pressures. States wanted order and often distrusted independent authority. Official scholars wanted continuity and worried about fragmentation. Reformist networks wanted purification and renewal, but differed over method and politics. Transnational sponsors valued hadith-centered scholarship, but sometimes preferred scholars who could fit institutional agendas. Sheikh al-Albani moved through these pressures without fully belonging to any one of them. That partial non-belonging became one of the conditions of his influence. His quietist political posture further complicated public perception. A figure could be socially disruptive in method while politically non-revolutionary. This combination unsettles modern categories. He did not fit neatly into the image of an activist challenging regimes, nor into the image of an official scholar stabilizing inherited authority. He challenged practices, institutions, and scholarly habits, while generally discouraging political rebellion. The conflict around him was therefore not primarily over control of the state. It was over control of religious meaning. Jordanian students who gathered around him entered this meaning struggle at a time when the region itself was marked by war, displacement, authoritarian governance, Islamist activism, and rising transnational religious movements. Many sought a form of Islam that appeared uncorrupted by party politics and local custom. Sheikh al-Albani's method offered exactly that appearance: textual, disciplined, portable, and wary of inherited institutions. But no method remains outside history simply because it claims textual purity. His circles, like all circles, existed in a political and social world that shaped who came, what they needed, and how they used what they learned. Some followers adopted his quietism as an ethic of avoiding political agitation while focusing on purification and education. Others drew from his anti-madhab posture or authenticity vocabulary in ways that entered different religious projects. Academic studies have noted his influence across apolitical Salafi circles and among actors in more radical environments, though such influence should not be treated as simple causation. A method can become available to many projects without authoring all of them. Sheikh al-Albani's Hadith authority became a resource that different groups could invoke, sometimes selectively. This selectivity is another feature of public identity. Followers rarely inherit an entire scholar evenly. They emphasize what serves their environment. One group emphasizes obedience to rulers. Another emphasizes purification of worship. Another emphasizes rejection of legal schools. Another uses his gradings in polemics against rivals. The scholar's work becomes a reservoir from which later actors draw. The more extensive the corpus, the easier selective inheritance becomes. The recorded corpus made selective inheritance especially easy because individual answers could be detached from the larger pattern. A listener could circulate one ruling, one correction, one phrase. The full lecture series might contain nuance, hesitation, or repeated methodological cautions, but fragments often travel faster than wholes. This is not unique to Sheikh al-Albani. It is a structural feature of modern media. Yet his authority, built around concise classifications and practical rulings, was especially susceptible to fragmentation. Critics sometimes responded to the fragments rather than the full scholar. They encountered students using his name aggressively and treated that behavior as the essence of his work. Some critiques were justified by real excess among followers. Others flattened his scholarship into caricature. In return, supporters treated criticism as hostility to hadith or evidence, even when critics were defending sophisticated juristic principles. Thus, public method produced reciprocal reduction. Each side often met the weakest public form of the other. Inside this reduction, Sheikh al-Albani continued to produce scholarship at scale. His series on weak and fabricated hadiths and on authentic hadiths became central reference points. They were not merely collections. They were public instruments of sorting, teaching readers to imagine the hadith corpus through classification. His other works on hadith as proof in creed and law reinforced the principle that authenticated reports carry binding authority beyond inherited school boundaries. His practical manuals brought the same principle into daily acts. The corpus created a world. The world had its own discipline. It asked for sources. It distrusted vague attribution. It insisted that love for the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, required caution in what one attributed to him. It treated widespread practice as insufficient proof. It valued research labor and cross-checking. These were not trivial contributions. In many contexts, they raised standards. Preachers became more careful. Readers became more aware that not every famous saying was reliable. Students learned that the inherited religious library contained layers requiring examination. The world also had its own hardness. It could treat inherited devotional life as contamination rather than history. It could encourage young students to correct before understanding. It could make religious belonging depend on visible opposition to local practice. It could reduce the legal schools to symbols of blindness rather than complex traditions of reasoning. The hardness did not always come from Sheikh al-Albani alone. It emerged from the encounter between his method, modern insecurity, youthful zeal, and media circulation, but it became associated with his name because his name marked the method. The psychological depth of this period lies in that narrowing under pressure. A scholar who builds authority on verification must defend verification constantly when challenged. A public built around correction becomes more attentive to error than to continuity. Critics who feel bypassed become more protective of institutional boundaries. Students who feel newly empowered become less patient with inherited etiquette. Each group acts intelligibly, yet the field tightens. Controversy becomes the air everyone breathes. In such an atmosphere, isolation can coexist with influence. Sheikh al-Albani was sought after by students and cited globally, yet the structure of his authority kept him outside many centers of inherited recognition. He could be surrounded by followers and still remain institutionally isolated. He could be famous and still contested at the foundations of legitimacy. He could shape public religious vocabulary while being accused of lacking the proper synthesis required for legal authority. This combination produced the peculiar loneliness of the polarizing scholar, never ignored, never fully accepted. The modest teaching rooms became laboratories of this condition. A question arrived from a local dispute. The scholar answered through evidence as he understood it. Students recorded. The answer traveled. A critic responded elsewhere. The response generated another defense. The original practical issue became part of a much wider symbolic struggle. Over time, even ordinary questions carried the weight of the controversy surrounding him. A ruling was no longer just a ruling. It was evidence of a method, a movement, a danger, or a revival, depending on the listener. This symbolic burden helps explain why Sheikh al-Albani's public identity outgrew his personal control. Once a scholar becomes emblematic, others use him to argue about matters larger than his own texts. Supporters used him to argue against blind following, institutional stagnation, weak reports, and devotional practices they considered innovations. Critics used him to warn against anti-madhab fragmentation, lay self-confidence, and hadith grading detached from law. The man became a place where unresolved modern Sunni anxieties gathered. Those anxieties were not artificial. They arose from real changes in how religious knowledge moved. A believer in a previous century might have encountered law primarily through a local scholar within a known school. A 20th century reader could compare printed rulings across countries. A cassette listener could learn from a scholar he never met. A migrant community in Europe or North America could build religious practice through books and tapes, rather than inherited local institutions. In diaspora settings especially, the question of authentic practice often became urgent because local continuity had been broken. Sheikh al-Albani's method traveled well into such spaces. The method traveled because it did not require local memory. It required texts, classifications, and trust in the scholar who classified. For communities detached from old scholarly ecologies, this was powerful. A newly formed mosque in a foreign city might lack inherited legal authority, but possess printed Hadith books and Salafi tapes. Authenticity became a way to build religious life without waiting for the slow formation of traditional institutions. This helps explain the global reach of his work. It answered the needs of disrupted communities as much as reformist intellectuals. At the same time, diaspora and transnational settings could intensify simplification. Without older scholarly cultures surrounding the discussion, the vocabulary of authenticity could become the entire framework. The legal schools might be known only through polemical descriptions. Local customs might be absent, making the critique of custom easier. Young students could define themselves through opposition to traditions they had never fully studied. Sheikh al-Albani's influence, once global, entered environments very different from Damascus, Medina, or Amman. The emergence of Hadith terminology as mass vocabulary was therefore a civilizational shift in miniature. It changed how many Muslims argued, not only what they concluded. The demand for proof became public etiquette in some circles. The classification of reports became part of ordinary religious literacy. Authenticity became a moral and social category, not only a technical one. The question, is it authentic, could humble careless preaching, but it could also interrupt inherited wisdom before understanding it. Sheikh al-Albani's own scholarly discipline remained rooted in older Hadith sciences, but the public identity around him belonged to the modern age. It required cheap printing, recorded lectures, international student movement, and later searchable databases. Without those technologies, his work would still have mattered, but differently. It might have remained within narrower scholarly circles. With them, his method became part of global religious speech. The later digital afterlife was already prepared by the cassette age. Searchable databases and online forums would eventually make his gradings even more accessible. Users could retrieve a classification without touching the broader work. The phrase indicating that Sheikh al-Albani had graded a report became a familiar marker in online religious debate. Digital circulation intensified what print and cassette had begun: results without formation, access without proximity, authority without institution. The structure of the modern problem became clearer with each technological layer. Yet the digital future should not obscure the human scale from which it emerged. The student changing tapes in a room in Jordan. The handwritten label on a cassette case. The notebook filled with references. The shelf of marked volumes. The question asked in a modest gathering by someone uncertain whether his family practice had evidence. The critic at another desk preparing a response. These scenes reveal that large religious transformations often begin in quiet acts of preservation and correction. The repeated experience of being sought and resisted shaped the atmosphere around him until admiration and suspicion became inseparable. A new publication could draw praise from followers and immediate scrutiny from critics. A ruling could be cited in one mosque and denounced in another. A student could travel to learn from him and return home into conflict. His authority widened through the same disputes that made him divisive. There was no path back to private scholarship once the method became public identity. This irreversibility is the psychological core of the section. A man who had spent years in the controlled difficulty of verification entered a world that demanded conclusions faster than scholarship can safely travel. His method hardened, partly because public controversy rewards firmness. His followers hardened partly because opposition gave them a sense of embattled truth. His critics hardened partly because they saw real damage in the public use of his conclusions. Each hardening had reasons. Together they made the conflict durable. The crucible, then, was not merely suffering imposed from outside. It was the pressure of becoming useful to people whose uses could not be controlled. It was the pressure of watching a technical discipline become a marker of group belonging. It was the pressure of being treated by admirers as a reviver and by opponents as a destabilizer. It was the pressure of living between scholarship and symbol. Under those pressures, method became sharper, more guarded, more central, and more publicly inseparable from his name. By his later years, Sheikh al-Albani was admired globally and contested constantly. His works sat on shelves from the Levant to the Gulf, from South Asia to Southeast Asia, from European immigrant mosques to North American study circles. His recordings circulated among students who may never have seen him. His gradings shaped sermons, arguments, pamphlets, and private religious decisions. Around him had formed a movement that extended his work by preserving and transmitting it, and reduced it by turning parts of it into slogans, identities, and quick verdicts. The room remained modest in memory. Books stacked close, tapes waiting, students listening, the aging scholar answering through references accumulated over decades. But the sound leaving that room no longer belonged to the room. It entered a world where mass literacy, print circulation, and weakened institutional monopolies had made authentication a public language. Sheikh al-Albani stood at the center of that transformation, not only as a Hadith scholar, but as a sign of the modern struggle to decide whether religious authority should be inherited, verified, institutionalized, or carried by voices recorded in small rooms and replayed without end. 7. Grading the tradition. The transformation often began with a footnote. A student opened a printed edition of a familiar collection and found a judgment beside a narration he had heard since childhood. Authentic, weak, fabricated, sound through corroboration, unsupported. The words were brief, but they altered the experience of reading. The narration no longer appeared as inherited material resting quietly inside a respected book. It appeared under examination. Someone had reopened the file. Someone had compared transmitters, checked routes of transmission, weighed corroborating evidence, and reached a conclusion that might confirm the narration or strip it of public reliability. In the modern religious world shaped by Muhammad Nasir al-Albani, those small labels became charged objects. A footnote could travel farther than a sermon. His defining contribution to modern Hadith discourse was not simply that he classified reports. Muslim scholars had classified Hadith for centuries. The deeper shift lay in how classification moved into public religious life. Sheikh al-Albani helped normalize authenticity labels as part of ordinary debate. He transformed Hadith verification from a specialist discipline largely contained within scholarly structures into a visible language through which broad audiences argued about worship, law, devotion, and authority. The result was not only a body of books, it was a new atmosphere surrounding religious certainty. The historical pressure behind this transformation had been building across the modern Muslim world for generations. Colonial disruption, post-Ottoman fragmentation, migration, mass education, print capitalism, reformist critique, and distrust of inherited institutions all weakened older monopolies over religious interpretation. A growing number of Muslims wanted direct access to prophetic authority without relying entirely on legal schools, local scholars, or inherited communal practice. Reformist thinkers had already criticized blind imitation and urged return to scripture and hadith. Printing presses multiplied access to texts that earlier generations often encountered only through advanced study. Cheap editions circulated through markets and mosques. A reader no longer needed institutional permission to own a hadith collection. Sheikh al-Albani's intellectual shift emerged inside that environment. He became increasingly willing to reevaluate narrations, even when they appeared in respected devotional manuals, educational works, legal discussions, or widely accepted communal practice. The central claim guiding his work was plain enough to be repeated by ordinary students: Religious texts and practices require continual verification when their Hadith foundations are uncertain. But once placed into public circulation, the claim carried consequences beyond the technical sphere. If inherited practice depended on reports that could no longer withstand scrutiny, then continuity itself became vulnerable to review. To understand why his grading projects mattered, it is necessary to understand the mechanics of Hadith criticism without losing the human scale of the story. A Hadith is not only a text attributed to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It also carries a chain of transmission, a sequence of narrators through whom the report supposedly traveled. Classical Muslim scholars developed elaborate methods to examine these chains. They studied the reliability of transmitters, the continuity of transmission, the possibility of meetings between narrators, the consistency of wording, and whether other routes supported or weakened the report. Some narrators were trusted for precision and honesty. Others were considered weak because of memory problems, political bias, carelessness, or accusations of fabrication. The process was rarely mechanical. A report might appear weak through one chain but stronger through multiple corroborating routes. A narrator judged unreliable by one scholar might receive partial acceptance from another. A wording could vary slightly across transmissions. Some hadith were accepted for devotional encouragement but treated cautiously in law. Others were central to legal argument even when debates over their strength continued. Hadith criticism therefore involved interpretation as well as classification. It required judgment about how evidence interacted, not merely whether a report existed. Sheikh al-Albani inherited this classical science through modern tools. Printed editions allowed easier comparison between narrations spread across many collections. Indexes reduced search time. Libraries gave access to manuscripts and older commentaries. Modern publishing created audiences eager for organized classifications. He spent decades comparing reports, tracing transmitters, checking corroboration, and revisiting earlier scholarly judgments. Yet his defining impact came not from the existence of that labor alone, but from the decision to make its results publicly actionable. The fourth output pillar of his life emerged through this decision, the reclassification of the Hadith canon. The phrase does not mean that he rewrote the foundational collections themselves or replaced centuries of scholarship. It means that he publicly reorganized how many modern readers approached inherited narrations. Reports long repeated in sermons, devotional books, legal manuals, and educational settings were subjected to renewed grading. Collections entered circulation accompanied by modern classifications. The inherited textual landscape became visibly unstable. His series Silsilatul Ahadith al-Sahiha and Silsilatul Ahadith al-Da'ifa embodied this transformation. These were not simply technical reference works for specialists. They became public interventions. The former gathered narrations he considered authentic or strengthened through corroboration. The latter identified weak or fabricated reports widely circulating in religious culture. Together they taught readers to imagine the Hadith tradition as a field requiring constant sorting. The question was no longer merely what the tradition had transmitted. The question became which parts deserved confidence and which should be abandoned. The titles themselves carried symbolic force. Authentic hadiths, weak hadiths. The categories appeared clean even when the underlying process remained complex. A narration crossing from one category to another could affect more than scholarship. It could affect sermons, family habits, mosque rituals, educational curricula, and devotional confidence. A report weakened in print did not remain confined to the page. It entered argument. This is why books functioned as events in Sheikh al-Albani's world. A newly published edition of a Sunan collection carrying his notes could alter the way readers approached reports they once accepted without hesitation. A devotional manual scrutinized by his classifications could suddenly appear suspect to younger students shaped by authenticity discourse. A famous narration repeated by preachers for generations might now require qualification or abandonment. The printed judgment became social action. One of the most consequential features of his work was the treatment of narrations embedded in widely used devotional culture. In many Muslim societies, religious life was carried not only through canonical collections, but through sermons, prayer manuals, stories, Sufi litanies, moral sayings, and educational booklets. These materials often included reports transmitted with varying degrees of reliability. Earlier scholars had sometimes tolerated weaker narrations for encouragement in virtuous acts, provided they did not establish doctrine or law independently. Sheikh al-Albani approached this landscape with greater suspicion. He feared that unverified reports allowed religious practice to drift away from authenticated prophetic guidance. The suspicion appealed strongly to modern readers, already unsettled by institutional uncertainty. If states were unreliable, scholars divided, and inherited practices inconsistent, then verification promised stability. A narration either stood or failed. Evidence could replace vague trust. Sheikh al-Albani's grading projects gave ordinary readers tools to participate in this search for certainty. A believer no longer had to depend entirely on local memory or communal habit. He could open a classified collection and encounter religious material under visible scrutiny. The attraction of visibility mattered. Earlier Hadith criticism often remained buried inside advanced scholarly works. Sheikh al-Albani brought the judgment itself forward. The classification sat near the narration, accessible even to readers without advanced training. This created a new style of religious reading. People did not only read the Hadith, they read the grading. The label became part of the devotional experience. His work on Sunan collections illustrates the process. These collections had long been used by jurists and scholars, but they contained reports of varying reliability. Classical commentators discuss these issues extensively, though often within specialized discourse. Sheikh al-Albani's additions and grading interventions reorganized the encounter for modern audiences. Reports were marked, weak narrations identified, sound narrations highlighted. The reader encountered the collection as a terrain of evaluation rather than a stable inherited object. The consequences spread outward. Students began asking whether a narration quoted in a lesson was authentic according to Sheikh al-Albani. Preachers became more cautious about citation. Publishers increasingly marketed books with authentication notes. Religious debate shifted from generalized appeals to tradition, toward visible contests over evidence. Even critics of Sheikh al-Albani were forced to respond within the new atmosphere he helped create. They had to defend not only particular narrations, but the broader principle that Hadith classification alone does not exhaust legal reasoning. That distinction became one of the central tensions of the modern Sunni world. Authentication and legal use are related but not identical. A Hadith judged authentic does not automatically yield a single legal conclusion. Jurists may differ over interpretation, context, abrogation, reconciliation with other reports, or practical application. Likewise, a weak narration does not always invalidate a practice if other evidences or juristic principles support it. Traditional scholars repeatedly emphasized this complexity in response to Sheikh al-Albani's public influence. Critics such as Abd al-Fattah Abu Ghudda, Muhammad Awama, Mahmoud Saeed Mamdouh, Hassan al-Saqaf, Abdullah al-Ghumari, and others argued that Sheikh al-Albani's approach sometimes detached Hadith grading from the accumulated legal wisdom of the Sunni schools. They feared that ordinary believers would mistake authentication labels for complete legal reasoning. A narration classified weak by one modern scholar might still occupy a meaningful place within juristic discussion shaped by centuries of interpretive practice. The critics' concern was not merely emotional attachment to tradition. It was anxiety about reduction. Reduction operated at several levels. First, the public often encountered binary labels without understanding scholarly disagreement. Second, legal reasoning itself could appear flattened into technical grading. Third, inherited communal continuity risked being treated as inherently suspicious, unless directly justified through authenticated reports. The result, critics feared, was fragmentation. Every reader armed with the classification could challenge inherited practice without possessing the broader tools necessary for responsible interpretation. Yet it would be equally misleading to treat Sheikh al-Albani's work as a destructive simplification alone. He undeniably expanded Hadith literacy. Many Muslims became more careful about attributing sayings to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, because of the culture he helped build. Weak and fabricated reports that once circulated casually faced greater scrutiny. Preachers could no longer assume unquestioned acceptance of famous narrations. Students learned that the Hadith tradition contained layers of evaluation rather than a flat body of equally reliable material. These changes represented genuine intellectual shifts. The dispute therefore turned not on whether verification matters, but on how verification should function publicly. Sheikh al-Albani believed widespread access to authentication strengthened religion by aligning practice more closely with reliable evidence. Critics feared that detached authentication weakened religion by undermining interpretive continuity and encouraging shallow certainty. Both positions responded to real historical pressures. The social life of a grading could become surprisingly large. A narration concerning prayer posture might be classified differently from inherited Hanafi or Shafi'i practice. A devotional formula recited after prayer could be weakened publicly. A funeral custom defended for generations might suddenly appear unsupported in a newly popular booklet. These were not abstract academic moments. Families argued. Mosques divided. Students corrected elders. Imams defended inherited practice against younger worshippers, carrying printed references. A technical science entered emotional and communal life. One of Sheikh al-Albani's widely influential practical works, Sifat Salat al-Nabi, exemplified this pattern. The book did not function merely as a descriptive manual. It implicitly challenged inherited prayer habits by grounding detailed ritual practice directly in authenticated narrations as he understood them. Readers encountered prayer as something reconstructible through hadith verification rather than primarily through madhab inheritance. The work circulated broadly because prayer concerns everyone. A technical debate over hadith thus entered daily bodily practice. The body became part of the authenticity struggle. Hand positions in prayer, movements, recitations, gestures, and ritual details all acquired renewed significance because they could now be linked visibly to graded reports. A worshipper's physical behavior became evidence of methodological allegiance. This intensified emotional investment. The question was no longer simply what scholars argued in books. It was how one stood before God. This embodiment explains why the atmosphere around authenticity became so charged. Legal theory can remain distant for ordinary believers. Prayer posture cannot. Funeral rites cannot. Public devotional practices cannot. Sheikh al-Albani's classifications affected visible religion. They changed what people did together. Once practice changes publicly, authority changes publicly as well. The role of publishers in this transformation deserves attention. Modern religious publishing houses recognize growing demand for authenticated editions. Books marketed with verification notes gained authority among readers shaped by reformist discourse. Publishers therefore became participants in the struggle over authenticity. Which scholars' notes appeared in the edition mattered. Which narrations were marked weak mattered. Editorial choices shaped religious trust. In earlier manuscript cultures, textual transmission depended heavily on teacher networks and controlled scholarly circles. Modern print capitalism changed the scale entirely. A classified edition could reach thousands of homes quickly. A student in North Africa, the Gulf, Europe, or Southeast Asia might encounter the same grading in the same printed form. This standardization intensified Sheikh al-Albani's influence because it made his judgments reproducible across linguistic and geographic boundaries. The cassette culture surrounding him amplified the process. A listener hearing him discuss a narration could connect the spoken explanation with the printed grading in his books. Voice and text reinforced one another. Students copied lessons onto tapes and circulated them internationally. Questions about Hadith authenticity moved from specialist seminars into ordinary gatherings. The terminology of Hadith science entered public memory through repetition. A generation emerged for whom asking, "Is the Hadith authentic?" became instinctive. This was one of the most important measurable effects of Sheikh al-Albani's work. Authenticity shifted from background scholarly concern to frontline religious vocabulary. People without advanced training now referenced categories such as sahih, da'if, fabricated, corroborated, or unsupported. The words entered sermons, conversations, pamphlets, and later internet forums. This public correction had unintended consequences. One consequence was amateur grading culture. Ordinary readers began imitating the language of Hadith criticism without necessarily mastering the underlying science. A person who had read a few classifications could feel authorized to challenge local scholars or inherited practices confidently. The public vocabulary expanded faster than serious expertise. Another consequence was selective method. Some followers embraced Sheikh al-Albani's classifications only when they supported pre-existing preferences. A narration weakened against a disliked practice would be cited immediately. A narration supporting one's own habit might receive less scrutiny. Critics pointed out this inconsistency repeatedly. Method, once turned into identity, could become tribal. The polemical atmosphere also encouraged reduction. Complex scholarly disagreement became compressed into slogans: evidence versus imitation, authenticity versus innovation, hadith versus madhab. Such slogans obscured the fact that traditional jurists themselves built their schools through engagement with hadith and evidence. Critics argued that Sheikh al-Albani's public movement risked presenting centuries of Sunni jurisprudence as though it rested on careless neglect of prophetic reports, which they considered historically false and intellectually unfair. Sheikh al-Albani's supporters responded differently. They insisted that respect for earlier jurists does not require accepting weak evidence or inherited errors. They argued that no legal school should be immune from correction when authentic hadith contradicts established practice. The debate, therefore, returned repeatedly to the same fault line. Should continuity or verification carry greater weight when they appear to conflict? The emotional intensity of this fault line can be seen in disputes over grave visitation, devotional recitations, celebrations, and ritual additions. These practices often carried deep communal memory. To weaken the reports associated with them could feel like attacking identity itself. Yet for followers shaped by Sheikh al-Albani's method, refusing weak reports felt morally necessary. They experienced verification as loyalty to the Prophet rather than hostility to tradition. The same action could appear as purification from one perspective and cultural rupture from another. A key feature of Sheikh al-Albani's influence was his ability to make hadith criticism narratively compelling for ordinary audiences. Earlier scholars certainly debated chains and transmitters, but the discussions often remained highly technical. Sheikh al-Albani connected grading to visible religious behavior. A classification mattered because it altered prayer, remembrance, preaching, or ritual conduct. The science became existential. His large-scale projects therefore operated simultaneously at two levels. At the scholarly level, they contributed to ongoing debates within hadith criticism itself. At the public level, they reorganized religious trust. A believer encountering a classified narration learned not only about that report, but about a new model of authority, one in which inherited practice remains permanently open to technical review. This openness appealed especially to transnational Salafi circles. Such communities often lacked long-established local scholarly institutions and relied heavily on portable forms of authority: books, recordings, visiting teachers, and authenticated texts. Sheikh al-Albani's work fit these conditions perfectly. It offered a reproducible method independent of local custom. A Muslim community in Europe, North America, or Southeast Asia could adopt his classifications without inheriting a regional legal tradition. Authenticity became transportable. The portability strengthened his global reputation. His books crossed borders more easily than institution-bound scholarly traditions. A cassette lecture recorded in Jordan could shape debates in immigrant mosques thousands of miles away. Students who never met him could nevertheless organize their religious vocabulary around his classifications. This diffusion helped produce a transnational Sunni discourse, increasingly centered on visible authenticity claims. The digital age later intensified everything his print and cassette culture had begun. Searchable databases made his gradings instantly retrievable. Online forums encouraged rapid citation. A user could paste a classification into an argument without reading the broader context of the work. The Internet rewarded concise verdicts over slow legal reasoning. In many ways, Sheikh al-Albani's public method anticipated this environment before it fully arrived. Critics saw danger in the acceleration. When authenticity becomes searchable and immediate, legal depth can appear unnecessary. A believer might bypass local scholarship entirely by retrieving classifications online. Traditional structures built around apprenticeship, etiquette, and gradual formation weakened further. The authority of the printed or digital grading expanded at the expense of embodied scholarly communities. Supporters, however, saw democratization rather than collapse. They argued that access to authenticated evidence protected ordinary believers from manipulation, fabricated reports, and institutional complacency. The Internet merely extended a process already underway through books and tapes: broader participation in evaluating religious claims. In this reading, Sheikh al-Albani helped restore accountability to public religion. The truth of the transformation lies partly in the coexistence of these outcomes. His work genuinely encouraged caution regarding prophetic attribution. It also encouraged environments where non-specialists felt unusually confident making judgments through simplified categories. It disciplined religious discourse while simultaneously fragmenting it. It strengthened attachment to prophetic evidence while weakening unquestioned attachment to inherited scholarly continuity. One of the most revealing aspects of his legacy is how frequently later debates invoke his name as shorthand. A narration is accepted because Sheikh al-Albani authenticated it. Another is rejected because he weakened it. The name itself becomes an authority marker. This reveals an irony within anti-imitation discourse. The movement against unquestioned following often generated new forms of trust centered on influential verifiers. The dependence shifted from madhab scholar to hadith classifier. Critics pointed out this irony repeatedly. If ordinary believers lacked the expertise to verify chains independently, they still depended on scholars. The question was not whether authority exists, but which authority should govern interpretation. Sheikh al-Albani's followers responded that reliance on evidence-based classification differed fundamentally from loyalty to inherited schools because the former remained theoretically open to correction through proof. Yet in practical religious life, many followers accepted his judgments with confidence resembling earlier forms of scholarly trust. The dynamic illustrates a broader modern tension. Reform movements often promise direct access to foundational texts, but expanding access does not eliminate mediation. Instead, new mediators emerge: editors, classifiers, translators, publishers, digital databases, recording distributors, and charismatic scholars whose authority rests on visible technical rigor. Sheikh al-Albani became one of the most important such mediators in modern Sunni Islam. His relationship with traditional critics remained complex, because many of them respected hadith scholarship deeply. The dispute was not between people who cared about hadith and people who ignored it. It concerned how Hadith should function within the larger architecture of Sunni learning. Traditional jurists feared that public reclassification detached narrations from centuries of interpretive integration. Sheikh al-Albani feared that inherited legal continuity protected weak reports and obscured authentic prophetic guidance. Neither side occupied a simple moral position. Critics defended continuity because they feared fragmentation and superficiality. Supporters defended verification because they feared inherited error and careless attribution. The modern Muslim public encountered both fears simultaneously. This is why the controversy remained unresolved and emotionally charged. Each side could point to real problems produced by the other. A preacher citing a fabricated narration to encourage worship became evidence for Sheikh al-Albani's supporters. A young student dismissing centuries of jurisprudence after reading a simplified grading became evidence for his critics. The debate reproduced itself through lived examples. Public experience confirmed prior anxieties. The role of institutions further complicated matters. Universities, ministries, mosque councils, and publishing houses all had stakes in how authenticity discourse developed. Institutions value stability and controlled interpretation. Public grading culture often bypassed those controls. A classified narration could spread independently of official endorsement. This weakened institutional monopoly over religious teaching while strengthening dispersed networks of students and readers. Sheikh al-Albani's own outsider status enhanced the appeal of his classifications. Because he did not emerge primarily from the highest institutional hierarchies, his work appeared independent to many followers. They trusted him precisely because he seemed less tied to bureaucratic or political interests. Yet independence also intensified criticism. Traditional scholars worried that his distance from established juristic training produced imbalance. The same condition that generated trust for some generated suspicion for others. His grading projects must therefore be understood not merely as scholarly outputs, but as interventions in the distribution of religious trust. Each classification implicitly answered the question, who has the right to determine what counts as authentic religious evidence in modern Islam? The answer increasingly pointed toward the visible verifier rather than the inherited school alone. The visible verifier became especially powerful in environments of migration and fragmentation. Communities rebuilding religious life far from traditional centers often lacked stable local authorities. A classified text offered certainty that could travel. Sheikh al-Albani's works entered these settings as portable systems of evaluation. A believer in a new environment could organize practice around authenticity labels without mastering centuries of regional legal tradition. This portability partly explains why his influence spread far beyond the Arab world. His books were translated, his recordings copied, his classifications digitized. Students trained in his method carried it into mosques and study circles internationally. Authenticity discourse became a shared transnational language connecting otherwise diverse communities. The spread also intensified factional identity. In some circles, accepting or rejecting Sheikh al-Albani's classifications became a marker of broader alignment. Debates over a single narration could signal deeper commitments regarding madhabs, Salafism, Sufism, institutional authority, and reform. The technical science of Hadith thus became entangled with modern communal identities. This entanglement produced strange asymmetries. A person might quote Sheikh al-Albani's grading confidently without understanding the mechanics behind it. Another might reject him broadly without engaging his detailed scholarship. The symbolic role of his name sometimes overshadowed the actual methodological arguments. Public identity compressed complexity into recognizable camps. Yet behind the symbolic conflict remained the patient labor that had created the classifications in the first place. Chains traced through centuries. Narrators compared across biographical works. Variants examined. corroborations weighed, earlier scholarly judgments revisited. The modern public often consumed the result without seeing the years beneath it. Sheikh al-Albani's influence depended on making difficult scholarship publicly usable, but public usability inevitably concealed part of the difficulty. His defenders frequently emphasized the scale of this labor. They pointed to long hours in libraries, detailed references, and relentless cross-checking. Critics did not necessarily deny the labor. Many instead argued that technical effort alone could not substitute for the integrated legal and theological formation represented by traditional Sunni scholarship. Thus, even admiration for his diligence did not settle the dispute over his authority. The unresolved character of the controversy may itself explain his enduring importance. Sheikh al-Albani entered modern Sunni Islam at a moment when inherited structures were weakening, but no new consensus had replaced them. He offered verification as a path through uncertainty. Verification promised measurable standards, visible evidence, and direct connection to prophetic authority. But once verification became public identity, it also generated new uncertainties. Who verifies the verifier? How law relates to classification, and whether continuity can survive endless reevaluation. By the end of the 20th century, authenticity had become a battlefield extending far beyond specialist hadith circles. Publishers marketed authenticated editions. Mosque debates turned on grading labels. Students carried recordings discussing narrator reliability. Internet forums quoted classifications instantly. Preachers anticipated objections about weak reports. Religious identity increasingly included attitudes toward hadith verification itself. This was Sheikh al-Albani's greatest modern effect. Not one individual grading, not one collection, not one ruling. His deeper impact was the transformation of authenticity into a public arena where ordinary believers, students, scholars, institutions, and transnational movements all contested the meaning of legitimate religious authority. Method itself became identity. A classification became a social act. A footnote became a challenge to continuity. And the inherited Sunni tradition entered the modern age, carrying not only its transmitted texts, but an ever-expanding argument over who possesses the right to judge them. 8. Consensus, fragmentation, and the price of certainty. The disagreements did not remain inside books. They moved into prayer rows, family conversations, lecture halls, cassette stalls, and eventually computer screens glowing late at night in apartments far from Damascus or Amman. A young man returned from a study circle, carrying a booklet on prayer, and began adjusting gestures his father had practiced for decades. An imam preparing a sermon hesitated before quoting a familiar narration, because someone in the congregation might ask whether it was authentic. A teacher defending the Hanafi or Shafi'i schools found himself answering students who had learned to distrust inherited rulings unless supported by classifications they could verify in print. None of these scenes required dramatic confrontation. The tension often appeared quietly, in altered habits and changed assumptions. Yet beneath the quietness lay a larger dispute about who should be trusted when modern religious authority no longer felt secure. Muhammad Nasiruddin al-Albani's project widened precisely because it touched this insecurity directly. He offered a method that seemed measurable, textual, and disciplined, at a time when many Muslims distrusted inherited elites, state religious institutions, and local custom. Critics understood this appeal. They did not usually deny that weak narrations circulated widely, or that reform was sometimes necessary. Their fear lay elsewhere. They feared what would happen if every inherited practice became permanently contestable before a mass audience armed with simplified tools of verification. The strongest scholarly critiques of Sheikh al-Albani came not from people indifferent to hadith, but from scholars deeply formed within Sunni legal and hadith traditions, who believed his public method risked severing technical authentication from the larger architecture of jurisprudence. They defended continuity not because they worshipped habit, but because they saw continuity as a stabilizing intellectual inheritance built through centuries of disciplined reasoning. To them, Sheikh al-Albani's influence threatened to weaken the relationship between scholarship and social order. This distinction matters because the controversy is often simplified into evidence versus tradition, or reform versus stagnation. The actual dispute was more difficult. Critics accepted that prophetic reports must be studied carefully. Supporters accepted that legal scholarship matters. The disagreement concerned hierarchy and emphasis. Should authentication function as the primary corrective over inherited jurisprudence, or should authentication itself remain integrated within legal schools' consensus and broader interpretive methods developed over centuries? Traditional Sunni jurisprudence had never operated through isolated hadith grading alone. Jurists examined chains of transmission, but they also considered context, consensus, analogy, legal maxims, public welfare, and the accumulated reasoning of earlier scholars. A report judged authentic did not automatically become law in a simple or immediate sense. It had to be interpreted, reconciled with other reports, situated historically, and understood within a wider framework of legal thought. Critics feared that Sheikh al-Albani's public influence encouraged audiences to bypass these layers entirely. One of the central criticisms was overconfidence in solitary verification. Sheikh al-Albani often revisited narrations independently, even when earlier jurists had already incorporated those narrations into long-standing legal discussions. Critics argued that no individual scholar, however diligent, should overturn inherited consensus or legal continuity through personal grading alone. They believed the Sunni schools represented not mere habit, but accumulated intellectual memory shaped collectively across generations. The fear was not abstract. If every ruling remained permanently vulnerable to public reevaluation, then communal continuity itself could become unstable. A young student with a recently purchased hadith collection might challenge rulings that had governed worship for centuries. A mosque congregation might divide over ritual details once treated as acceptable differences within Sunni practice. The older hierarchy in which advanced scholarship-mediated legal disagreement would weaken. Critics worried that religious authority would dissolve into endless contest. Sheikh al-Albani's supporters often heard these concerns differently. To them, appeals to continuity sometimes sounded like excuses for protecting inherited error. They argued that centuries of repetition do not transform weak evidence into truth. If a narration cannot withstand scrutiny, then inherited practice built upon it should be corrected, regardless of its age or popularity. The supporters saw themselves not as rebels against scholarship, but as defenders of prophetic authenticity against complacency. This is why the conflict became psychologically intense. Both sides believed they were preserving religion from distortion. Critics feared fragmentation and shallow certainty. Supporters feared blind imitation and the accumulation of unauthenticated practices. Each side pointed toward real dangers visible in modern Muslim societies. The issue of madhab continuity stood at the center of the dispute. The four major Sunni legal schools had developed over centuries through extensive engagement with hadith, legal principles, and juristic reasoning. Traditional scholars argued that these schools functioned as disciplined systems for organizing evidence. They were not random collections of inherited opinions. A jurist trained within a madhab learned how earlier authorities balanced conflicting reports, evaluated context, and produced coherent legal frameworks. Sheikh al-Albani's anti-imitation rhetoric unsettled this structure. He repeatedly criticized unquestioned adherence to madhabs when authentic hadith appeared to point elsewhere. Critics worried that ordinary audiences would hear this not as a nuanced call for evidence-based reasoning, but as permission to bypass the legal schools entirely. In practice, many younger followers began treating madhab affiliation itself with suspicion, associating it with rigidity or inherited error. The Syrian scholar Muhammad Sa'id Ramadan al-Buti became one of the most important defenders of madhab continuity in this environment. Al-Buti did not reject Hadith scholarship. He rejected the idea that ordinary believers or partially trained students could safely reconstruct law through selective engagement with authenticated reports detached from legal tradition. He argued that the schools protected Muslims from interpretive chaos by preserving coherent methodologies developed over centuries. For al-Buti and scholars like him, the danger was not only intellectual, it was social. If every believer became a public evaluator of inherited practice, communal trust would weaken. Religious life requires more than textual access. It requires structures of transmission, etiquette, disciplined learning, and recognition of expertise. Without those structures, certainty becomes individualized and unstable. Sheikh al-Albani's followers countered that institutional continuity itself had already become unstable under modern conditions. Colonialism, authoritarian states, compromised religious bureaucracies, and uneven scholarship had weakened confidence in inherited authorities. Many modern Muslims no longer believed that institutional status guaranteed reliability. In this environment, direct engagement with authenticated evidence felt safer than deference to structures perceived as politically or intellectually compromised. The relationship between Hadith and fiqh became another central fault line. Hadith criticism determines the reliability of reports attributed to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Fiqh concerns the derivation and application of legal rulings. Traditional scholars repeatedly emphasize that these are related but distinct disciplines. A scholar might excel in Hadith classification while lacking equal depth in jurisprudential synthesis. Critics accused Sheikh al-Albani of allowing authentication to dominate fiqh in ways that flattened legal complexity. This criticism appeared especially in disputes over ritual practice. A narration judged authentic might support a particular prayer gesture or recitation, but jurists historically weighed additional considerations before establishing communal norms. They examined how earlier scholars understood the narration, whether contradictory reports existed, whether consensus had formed around a different practice, and how the ruling functioned within broader legal structures. Critics believed Sheikh al-Albani sometimes treated authenticated reports too directly as self-sufficient legal proof. Supporters replied that juristic complexity can become a shield, protecting inherited positions from correction. If every authenticated report requires layers of reinterpretation before affecting practice, then reform becomes nearly impossible. For them, Sheikh al-Albani restored urgency to prophetic evidence by refusing to let legal tradition absorb or neutralize inconvenient narrations. The disagreement over consensus revealed similar tensions. Sunni legal theory traditionally treated scholarly consensus as an important stabilizing principle. Consensus did not eliminate disagreement entirely, but it protected certain inherited positions from endless contestation. Sheikh al-Albani's willingness to revisit narrations connected to accepted practice appeared to critics as a weakening of that stabilizing principle. If consensus itself could be challenged through renewed grading, then continuity became fragile. Yet, Sheikh al-Albani and his followers often questioned whether many claimed consensuses truly deserved the label. They argued that inherited agreement sometimes rested more on historical repetition than rigorous evidence. In their view, returning to authenticated reports was not rebellion against consensus for its own sake. It was an attempt to distinguish genuine prophetic guidance from accumulated habit. The modern public found this argument compelling because it resonated with broader experiences of institutional distrust. Across the 20th century, many Muslims lived under governments that manipulated religious authority or reduced scholars to bureaucratic functionaries. Reformist literature circulated widely, criticizing stagnation and inherited imitation. Urbanization and migration weakened local religious continuity. In such conditions, the language of direct textual verification felt morally empowering. A student carrying Sheikh al-Albani's books or cassette lectures often experienced more than intellectual agreement. He experienced relief. The method promised measurable certainty in a fragmented world. One could ask for evidence rather than depend on opaque hierarchies. One could distinguish authentic from weak. One could feel connected to prophetic authority through verification rather than inherited geography or family custom. But certainty has a social price. The more a community defines itself through visible authenticity claims, the more inherited ambiguity becomes difficult to tolerate. Earlier Sunni practice often accommodated multiple accepted positions within broad legal schools. Sheikh al-Albani's influence encouraged some followers to narrow acceptable difference by treating particular classifications as decisive. What had once functioned as tolerated diversity could begin to appear as deviation from authentic evidence. This narrowing became visible in mosque life. Prayer rows sometimes reflected competing methodological loyalties. Worshippers adjusted hand positions, recitations, or gestures according to newly persuasive Hadith arguments. Imams faced questions after sermons regarding the reliability of reports they cited. Students corrected elders publicly or privately. These conflicts were rarely catastrophic, but they accumulated steadily. Religious atmosphere changed. Family dynamics also shifted. Younger generations exposed to printed and recorded verification culture sometimes approached inherited practices with suspicion. Parents who had learned religion through local teachers and communal continuity could suddenly find themselves challenged by children carrying authenticated manuals. The challenge often felt moral rather than merely intellectual. To continue practicing something classified as weak or unsupported could appear irresponsible once the classification entered public consciousness. Critics argued that this atmosphere encouraged confrontational correction. Some later discourse influenced by Sheikh al-Albani's popularity reduced scholarship into slogans: authentic versus weak, evidence versus imitation, sunnah versus innovation. Complex legal disagreements were compressed into moral binaries. Young students with limited training sometimes treated centuries of jurisprudential debate as though the correct answer had only now become visible through a footnote or cassette lecture. There was truth in this criticism. Public authenticity culture did at times produce oversimplification. Hadith terminology entered ordinary speech faster than the disciplines necessary to use it responsibly. A person who learned a classification could feel equipped to challenge local scholars publicly. The Internet later intensified this tendency by rewarding quick citation and polemical certainty. Yet reducing Sheikh al-Albani's influence to its least disciplined followers would also distort the historical picture. Many students shaped by his work pursued serious study. They learned Hadith terminology carefully, examined chains of transmission, and treated verification as a demanding discipline rather than a slogan. Some traditional scholars themselves acknowledge that Sheikh al-Albani raised public awareness about fabricated and weak narrations in beneficial ways. The disagreement concerned proportion and authority more than the value of verification itself. The issue of methodological inconsistency also appeared frequently in criticism. Scholars challenged specific gradings, accused Sheikh al-Albani of uneven standards, or argued that he revised principles selectively. Some critics produced lengthy refutations comparing his conclusions with earlier authorities. They claimed that his eagerness to weaken reports supporting inherited practices sometimes exceeded the balance expected in Hadith criticism. These debates were often highly technical, but their public effect mattered more than their technical details alone. The existence of sustained criticism prevented Sheikh al-Albani from becoming universally authoritative even within Salafi-oriented circles. His classifications remained influential but contested. Supporters defended his independence and diligence. Critics highlighted disagreements and revisions as evidence that no single modern verifier should dominate public religious life. The role of institutions in these controversies was complicated. Religious universities, ministries, mosque councils, and publishing houses all faced pressure from expanding authenticity discourse. Institutions rely partly on continuity and controlled interpretation. Public Hadith verification culture redistributed interpretive authority toward individuals, readers, and decentralized networks. This shift made institutions uneasy, even when they shared some reformist concerns. Saudi Arabia illustrates the complexity clearly. The kingdom's religious establishment emphasized scripturalism and criticism of many devotional innovations, themes overlapping with Sheikh al-Albani's approach. Yet his independent style and willingness to challenge inherited Hanbali positions created tension. His period at the Islamic University of Medina demonstrated both recognition and discomfort. Institutions could benefit from his expertise while fearing the destabilizing implications of unrestricted verification culture. Jordan became another important arena where these tensions unfolded publicly. Students gathered around recorded lessons and study circles. Printed refutations circulated alongside authenticated collections. Mosque debates intensified around ritual details. State authorities monitored religious movements carefully, balancing control with selective tolerance. Sheikh al-Albani's influence expanded precisely because he appeared independent from official structures, while still speaking the language of disciplined scholarship. The cassette culture surrounding him deepened the controversy. Recorded lessons detached authority from place. A ruling delivered in a modest room in Amman could reach listeners across continents. The listener did not need institutional mediation. He could replay the scholar's voice repeatedly, absorbing tone and confidence along with evidence. This intimacy strengthened attachment to method. At the same time, recordings accelerated fragmentation. Context disappeared more easily in audio excerpts. A nuanced discussion could become a simplified slogan once circulated through copied tapes. Students repeated conclusions in environments very different from those in which the original lesson occurred. The scholar's influence widened beyond his ability to supervise interpretation. The early digital afterlife emerging near the end of Sheikh al-Albani's career intensified these patterns further. Online forums and searchable databases transformed classifications into instantly retrievable weapons within debate. A narration's status could be quoted in seconds. Legal complexity often struggled to survive the speed of digital argument. Authenticity labels became social currency. Traditional scholars worried that online verification culture would deepen the empowerment of unspecialized audiences. Earlier generations depended more heavily on direct apprenticeship and localized scholarly authority. The internet rewarded independent retrieval. A user could bypass local teachers entirely, citing classifications from distant scholars against inherited community practice. This development confirmed many of the fears critics already associated with Sheikh al-Albani's public influence. Yet the digital world also revealed why his project remained persuasive. Modern audiences increasingly expect transparency. They distrust inaccessible authority. They want sources, evidence, and visible reasoning. Sheikh al-Albani's method fit these expectations naturally. It appeared empirical, documented, and open to verification. In a world suspicious of hidden hierarchy, the demand for explicit proof carried moral force. Method can soothe anxiety. This was one of the deepest psychological realities underlying Sheikh al-Albani's appeal. Modern Muslim societies experienced rapid political and social dislocation throughout the 20th century. Empires collapsed, borders shifted. Religious institutions changed under state pressure. Migration disrupted inherited patterns of learning. In such environments, method offered stability. A classified narration seemed firmer than inherited custom. Evidence appeared safer than vague continuity. But method can also harden identity. Once authenticity becomes central to belonging, disagreement acquires moral sharpness. A person practicing differently may appear not merely mistaken, but negligent toward prophetic evidence. A scholar defending madhab continuity may appear to some followers as protecting human opinion against revelation. Critics feared this moral absolutism because it weakened the social flexibility long characteristic of Sunni legal diversity. Suspicion of inherited consensus also carried dual effects. On one hand, it corrected complacency. Scholars and preachers became more careful about citing narrations. Public awareness of fabricated reports increased significantly. On the other hand, constant suspicion could erode trust itself. If every inherited practice remains vulnerable to public challenge, then stable religious continuity becomes difficult to sustain. This erosion of trust concerned critics profoundly. Religious communities depend partly on confidence that transmitted practice possesses legitimacy, even when ordinary believers cannot personally verify every chain of narration. If trust collapses entirely into individualized authentication, then communal cohesion weakens. Critics believed Sheikh al-Albani's public influence accelerated precisely this danger. Supporters responded that trust without evidence is fragile and potentially corrupting. They pointed to widespread circulation of weak narrations, devotional excesses, and inherited practices lacking strong support. For them, skepticism toward inherited authority was not nihilistic. It was protective. Verification disciplined religion by tying it more closely to authenticated prophetic guidance. Neither side fully resolved the tension, because the modern condition itself remained unresolved. Muslims wanted both continuity and certainty, both inherited wisdom and transparent evidence. Sheikh al-Albani's project amplified the difficulty of balancing these desires. His critics defended the structures that historically mediated complexity. His supporters defended the need to expose inherited weakness. Each side illuminated genuine vulnerabilities within modern Sunni life. The social atmosphere around authenticity became increasingly self-reinforcing. A careless preacher quoting fabricated reports confirmed supporters' suspicion of inherited authority. A confrontational student dismissing centuries of jurisprudence confirmed critics' fears about fragmentation. Both examples circulated constantly through stories, sermons, and debates. Each side felt historically vindicated by the behavior of the other. The controversy also changed how scholarship itself appeared publicly. Earlier, juristic disagreement often remained partially hidden behind institutional etiquette and localized authority. Modern media made dispute visible. Printed refutations, cassette lectures, public questions, and online discussions exposed audiences to scholarly conflict directly. Authority became performative as well as intellectual. Confidence, clarity, and accessibility mattered increasingly alongside depth. Sheikh al-Albani excelled within this environment because his method produced concise, portable judgments, authentic, weak, unsupported. Such labels traveled easily across print, tape, and digital formats. Traditional jurisprudential reasoning, by contrast, often required slower explanation. This difference affected public reception. Simplicity spreads faster than layered synthesis. Yet simplicity itself generated backlash. Many scholars feared that public appetite for quick certainty encouraged intellectual shallowness. They argued that serious legal thought cannot be reduced to isolated hadith classifications. A ruling emerges through interaction between texts, principles, precedents, and social realities. Binary authenticity labels may clarify one dimension of evidence while obscuring others. These critiques had particular force in debates over ritual and devotional practice. Earlier Sunni scholarship often tolerated multiple acceptable forms within broad legal boundaries. Sheikh al-Albani's public classifications sometimes narrowed that tolerance by implying that one form possessed uniquely authentic status. Critics believed this intensified unnecessary conflict over secondary issues. Still, even many critics could not ignore the broader benefits of renewed hadith awareness. Public consciousness regarding fabricated narrations increased dramatically during the late 20th century. Students became more attentive to sources. Religious publishing standards shifted. The expectation that preachers should provide evidence gained strength. These developments owed much to the culture Sheikh al-Albani helped create. The price of certainty therefore remained ambiguous. Verification protected communities from careless attribution while simultaneously producing new forms of rigidity. Public access empowered ordinary believers while weakening traditional scholarly hierarchy. Suspicion corrected complacency while eroding inherited trust. Authenticity, discourse disciplined religious language while intensifying fragmentation. Sheikh al-Albani himself became both symbol and participant within this unresolved landscape. Admirers viewed him as a defender of prophetic purity against inherited distortion. Critics viewed him as a catalyst for destabilizing simplification. Neither image fully captures the complexity of his influence. He operated within historical pressures larger than his individual intentions. Mass literacy, institutional distrust, technological expansion, reformist anxiety, and the search for certainty in fragmented modern societies. The enduring significance of the controversy lies partly in its incompleteness. Sheikh al-Albani did not settle the relationship between Hadith and fiqh, or between verification and consensus, or between evidence and inherited authority. Instead, he transformed how those disputes unfolded publicly. Questions once largely confined to advanced scholarly circles entered ordinary religious speech. The Hadith wars acquired microphones, cassettes, publishers, photocopiers, and eventually search engines. A believer standing in prayer at the end of the 20th century increasingly carried these disputes within ordinary ritual life. A sermon reference might prompt immediate internal evaluation. A devotional practice might trigger questions about evidence. A family disagreement about prayer posture could connect invisibly to debates stretching from Damascus libraries to Jordanian cassette sessions and Saudi classrooms. The argument had become intimate. By the close of Sheikh al-Albani's life, the public language of authenticity had spread far beyond any single movement. Even those who opposed his methodology often spoke within categories his influence had normalized. Preachers anticipated demands for grading. Students expected evidence. Publishers marketed authenticated editions. Online forums revolved around classifications. The terrain of Sunni authority itself had shifted. His project, therefore, did not resolve the Hadith wars. It expanded them, democratized them, technologized them, and gave them a vocabulary ordinary Muslims could carry into homes, mosques, universities, immigrant communities, and digital spaces. The disputes over certainty, consensus, and authority remained unresolved, but after Sheikh al-Albani, they could no longer remain hidden behind inherited silence. 9. The last lessons in Jordan. In Jordan, the later years of Muhammad Nasir al-Albani did not unfold as a withdrawal from controversy. They unfolded as a quieter continuation of it. The rooms were smaller than the reach of his name. Shelves of books stood close to the spaces where students gathered. Cassettes waited beside notebooks. Visitors arrived from different countries carrying questions shaped by local disputes, family tensions, mosque disagreements, and the expanding language of Hadith authentication. The Sheikh had aged, but the method around him had not slowed. It had become easier to copy, easier to quote, and harder to contain. By this stage, Jordan was no longer merely a residence. It had become one of the final centers of his teaching life. From the early 1980s onward, after the Syrian and Saudi phases of his career, Sheikh al-Albani's presence in Jordan drew students who wanted direct access to the man whose gradings and lectures had already entered wide circulation. Some came seeking precise rulings, others came looking for a disciplined method, some came because his name had become a marker of seriousness in Hadith. His intellectual posture did not fundamentally change. He continued to distrust blind adherence, especially when legal inheritance appeared to override authenticated reports. He continued to insist that attribution to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, required caution. He continued to treat authenticity as a discipline capable of correcting accepted practice, even when correction disturbed inherited habits. There were clarifications and revisions, as there are in the work of any serious Hadith scholar who continues examining evidence over decades. A grading might be revisited. A conclusion might be refined. A question might be answered with greater qualification than followers expected. But such movement did not alter the central architecture of his thought. The core remained stable. Religious practice must be held accountable to verified evidence, and no inherited authority should be treated as immune from examination when the Hadith foundation appears uncertain. The atmosphere around him, however, had changed. In earlier decades, he had worked to make Hadith verification public. In his final years, he lived with the consequences of that success. His name had become shorthand for a method, and sometimes for more than a method. To admirers, it signaled return to authentic evidence. To critics, it signaled destabilization of Sunni legal continuity. To many ordinary listeners, it functioned as a reference point. Sheikh al-Albani authenticated it. Sheikh al-Albani weakened it. Sheikh al-Albani rejected the practice. Sheikh al-Albani permitted it. The man remained present, but the name had already entered a life of its own. That is part of the human cost of legacy. Tapes, books, translations, and distant communities, its reception becomes uneven. Some preserve the complexity. Others carry the conclusion without the method. Some repeat his caution. Others turn caution into accusation. The later Sheikh al-Albani was surrounded not only by students, but by the expanding afterlife of his own authority. The recorded lessons made this especially visible. A cassette could preserve an answer, but it could not preserve every condition surrounding the answer. It could not ensure that a listener understood the level of training required to apply the method responsibly. It could not prevent a technical classification from becoming a social weapon. It could not stop a careful distinction from being flattened into a slogan. The very instruments that expanded his influence also reduced parts of his work. Students continued to copy older tapes. New recordings entered circulation. Bookshops carried works associated with his name. Visitors brought questions from Saudi Arabia, Syria, Palestine, the Gulf, Europe, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and beyond. His influence moved through routes no single person could supervise. A lesson in Jordan might be heard in an immigrant mosque. A grading printed in one edition might shape a sermon in another language. A ruling issued in response to one question might be repeated as though it answered all similar cases. This widening influence did not remove opposition, it intensified it. Critics continued to argue that his approach gave non-specialists too much confidence, weakened madhab continuity, and encouraged people to confuse hadith authentication with complete legal reasoning. They feared that the public use of his classifications had trained students to challenge inherited practice without sufficient formation. For them, his late influence confirmed earlier concerns. The method had escaped scholarly containment and had become a mass religious vocabulary. Supporters saw the same facts differently. To them, the spread of his work showed that Muslims across the world were hungry for evidence and tired of vague appeals to inherited authority. They believed his recordings and books had made people more careful about weak and fabricated narrations. They saw the discomfort he caused as the cost of correction. In their view, if a sermon, ritual, or legal habit could not survive verification, the problem lay not with the verifier but with the inherited practice itself. Sheikh al-Albani's final years, therefore, did not soften the central conflict. They clarified its permanence. The dispute was no longer only about him. It had become a struggle over the shape of modern Sunni authority. Should ordinary Muslims be trained to ask directly for authenticated evidence, even at the risk of fragmentation? Or should they rely more heavily on inherited legal schools, even at the risk of preserving weak reports and unexamined habits? His career had made the question public, and no final lesson in Jordan could settle it. The settings remained modest. A room of books, a recorder placed near the speaker, students sitting close, sometimes on the floor, sometimes with notebooks open. The older scholar answering, correcting, referring back to sources, returning again and again to evidence. There was no need for spectacle. The force of the scene lay in repetition. Decades after the first library work in Damascus, the same pattern continued. A report cited, a source requested, a classification weighed, a practice measured against what he judged reliable. Age did not transform him into a symbol of reconciliation. He remained contested, because the method remained contested. Nor should his later years be turned into a story of decline. The available record shows continuity more than confession, persistence more than retreat. He did not abandon the suspicion of blind following that had shaped him from early adulthood. He did not surrender the claim that authenticated Hadith must discipline practice. He did not withdraw the challenge he had posed to inherited legal rigidity. Yet influence brought burdens that certainty alone could not resolve. A method built to resist blind following could itself produce followers who repeated conclusions without full understanding. A scholar who criticized inherited authority could become an inherited authority for others. A project meant to purify religious practice through evidence could produce new forms of factional identity. These contradictions did not erase the value of his work, but they formed part of its historical reality. By the 1990s, Sheikh al-Albani's name had already passed beyond the world of direct students. It appeared in printed notes, cassette catalogs, study circles, refutations, translations, and early digital discussions. His classifications could be cited by people who knew little of his biography, his migration, his father's Hanafi training, his hours in the Zahiriya library, or the institutional conflicts that had shaped his authority. They knew the function of the name more than the life behind it. This is one of the quiet transformations of modern religious media. A scholar becomes extractable. His conclusions detach from the slow formation that produced them. His voice remains available after the room is emptied. His judgments continue circulating after he can no longer clarify, revise, or restrain their use. The final years in Jordan therefore carry a restrained sadness, not because of private regret that cannot be documented, but because influence always exceeds intention. Sheikh al-Albani died in Jordan in 1999. He was 85 years old. His burial was carried out in a manner consistent with his own long-standing opposition to grave display and religious veneration around tombs. Simple, rapid, and without turning the grave into a site of public ornament. The detail mattered because it showed continuity between doctrine and final instruction. Even at death, the question of practice, evidence, and restraint remained present. His death did not close the argument. It removed the man and left the machinery of influence behind. Books, tapes, students, classifications, refutations, searchable databases, mosque habits, family disagreements, and a public language of authenticity that had become impossible to reverse. The last lessons in Jordan ended as spoken sessions, but not as historical force. After Sheikh al-Albani, the question remained alive wherever Muslims asked whether inherited religion should be trusted because it was received, or tested because it was inherited. 10. Funeral without consensus. When Muhammad Nasir al-Albani died in Jordan in 1999, the immediate aftermath did not resemble closure. It was quieter than the scale of his influence might suggest, and less unified than the language of admirers sometimes implied. His burial followed the restraint he had long associated with correct practice, rapid, simple, and without turning the grave into a site of public display. That detail mattered because it placed his final public act inside the same argument that had shaped his life. Even death was not separated from method. Students and followers received the news as the loss of a scholar whose presence had anchored lessons, recordings, rulings, and arguments for decades. For many of them, he had been more than a teacher of Hadith classification. He had represented a way of confronting inherited religion with evidence. He had given them a vocabulary of authentication, a suspicion toward weak reports, and a confidence that religious practice could be corrected through disciplined return to transmitted proof. In their memory, his death marked the passing of a major reviver of Hadith study in the modern age. Critics saw the same moment differently. They did not deny the magnitude of his influence, nor necessarily the seriousness of his labor. Their concern remained that his method had helped accelerate anti-madhab polemics, weakened ordinary trust in inherited legal schools, and encouraged many unspecialized readers to treat complex jurisprudence as if it could be settled by isolated labels of authentic or weak. For them, his passing did not resolve the damage they believed his public method had caused. It left behind a wider field of dispute. The aftermath was therefore marked by influence without consensus. There was mourning, but not agreement. There was admiration, but also warning. There was gratitude among students who believed he had purified religious speech from careless attribution, and unease among scholars who believed the purification had come at the cost of interpretive balance. His death removed the central figure, but it did not remove the conflict. The structure of disagreement had already become too dispersed. In the weeks and months after his death, the material traces of his life continued moving. Printed volumes remained on bookshop shelves in Jordan, Syria, the Gulf, Egypt, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Europe, and North America. Older cassettes were copied again. Students replayed lessons. Publishers expanded editions or reissued works already associated with his name. Margins and personal copies of Hadith collections still carried his classifications. A voice recorded in modest rooms now traveled without the body that had produced it. This was one of the defining facts of his posthumous authority. It did not depend on presence. Earlier scholarly authority had often required proximity, a teacher, a circle, a chain of instruction, a living relationship in which correction remained possible. Sheikh al-Albani's authority increasingly depended on reproducibility. A cassette could outlive the gathering. A printed grading could outlive the hand that wrote it. A student could invoke him in a mosque he had never entered. A reader could cite him without knowing the circumstances of the original judgment. After 1999, this reproducibility intensified. Compact discs began joining cassettes and printed books as vehicles of preservation. Photocopies passed through student circles. Early internet forums began preserving, debating, and indexing his positions. As digital access expanded, his gradings became easier to retrieve than ever before. A classification that once required searching through volumes could now be located quickly, detached from the larger work and inserted into debate. The machinery of influence became faster after his death, not slower. His students and readers became interpreters of his method, but not in a single direction. Some emphasized his quietist political posture and his suspicion of organized activism. Others emphasized his critique of blind adherence and his willingness to challenge legal schools. Some preserved his careful habits of reference and verification. Others turned his conclusions into rapid judgments against inherited practice. The legacy did not consolidate neatly around one center. It multiplied through competing uses. This fragmentation among followers was not accidental. It belonged to the nature of a method that had traveled through books, tapes, and decentralized networks, rather than through one controlled institution. There was no single body capable of defining his legacy for everyone who invoked him. Students differed over emphasis, application, and authority. Which of his rulings should be treated as decisive? Which revisions mattered? Which students best represented his late positions? Which political posture most faithfully continued his teaching? Such questions produced new arguments inside the very circles that revered him. Publishers played their own role in shaping memory. A work reprinted with a particular introduction could present him as a reviver, a hadith master, a defender of evidence, or a controversial reformer. Translation widened the distance between original context and new readership. In another language, the technical and social world behind a ruling could become less visible. The classification remained sharp. The historical environment softened or disappeared. Mosque lessons after his death often carried this same tension. A teacher might replay one of his recorded answers or cite one of his gradings in a discussion on prayer, funerals, devotional formulas, or weak narrations. For listeners already sympathetic to his method, the citation could settle the matter. For others, it opened the old objection. Had the legal schools been considered? Had consensus been weighed? Had juristic application been distinguished from hadith classification? The dead scholar remained present as argument. Among traditional scholars, posthumous criticism continued because the consequences continued. His influence had helped make hadith authentication a public expectation. Preachers became more cautious, but students also became more confrontational. Weak narrations were exposed, but legal complexity was often compressed. The spread of his name into ordinary debate confirmed both the hopes of his supporters and the fears of his critics. He had changed the field, but not settled its rules. The funeral memory itself did not become a single uncontested symbol. For admirers, the simplicity of the burial confirmed consistency between his teachings and final instructions. For observers more cautious about hagiography, it remained a documented expression of his long-standing opposition to grave display and veneration. The fact did not need embellishment. It showed continuity without requiring myth. What followed was more important than any single scene of mourning. His works entered a new phase of circulation. The scholar was no longer available to answer new objections directly, clarify misunderstood comments, restrain overzealous followers, or revise conclusions in response to further study. The archive remained open, but the man was gone. This changed the character of authority around him. His words became more fixed precisely as their uses became more varied. In transnational Salafi networks, his name continued to carry weight across borders. For some, he represented hadith discipline, purified from institutional compromise. For others, he represented a particular current within Salafism, one marked by quietism, anti-madhab critique, and suspicion toward devotional accretions. In different countries, different parts of his legacy became prominent. The same scholar could be invoked for ritual correction, political restraint, hadith grading, anti-imitation arguments, or polemics against local religious customs. The early online afterlife made this selectivity more visible. Forums preserved fragments, a ruling, a cassette transcript, a grading, a dispute over attribution. Users cited him in debates that often moved faster than the scholarship behind them. His classifications became searchable units. The method that had once required long hours in libraries entered a digital environment built for speed. The shift did not erase his scholarship, but it changed how many encountered it. This was the unresolved inheritance of his death. Admirers continued to see a scholar who renewed attention to authentic hadith and forced public religious language to become more careful. Critics continued to see a figure whose influence encouraged fragmentation and reduced inherited legal depth to arguments over labels. Both responses survived because both could point to visible consequences. Sheikh al-Albani had raised standards of verification. He had also helped create a public culture in which verification could become slogan, faction, and shortcut. His death in Jordan did not stabilize his legacy. It decentralized it. The books remained, the tapes remained, the students remained, the critics remained, the questions remained. What disappeared was the living center around which clarification might still gather. After 1999, Sheikh al-Albani belonged increasingly to those who quoted him, defended him, contested him, translated him, indexed him, simplified him, and carried his name into arguments he could no longer hear. 11. Authenticity in the age of endless verification. The cassette recorder has become a search bar. A voice once preserved on magnetic tape now appears as a compressed audio file shared through messaging applications, clipped into short videos, indexed by title, translated into subtitles, uploaded to searchable archives, and replayed through headphones on crowded trains or in quiet rooms lit by phone screens. The shelves of Hadith collections remain, but many readers first encounter them through applications that retrieve narrations instantly. Chains of transmission that once required years of disciplined study can now be searched in seconds. A classification once hidden in specialist works now appears beside the text automatically: authentic, weak, fabricated, disputed. The tools have changed almost completely. The pressure beneath them remains recognizable. Muhammad Nasir al-Albani did not create the digital age, but his influence entered it with unusual force, because the world he helped shape already favored searchable authenticity. The transition from manuscript to print had widened access. The transition from print to cassette had widened circulation. The transition from cassette to digital platforms widened speed. Each stage reduced the distance between ordinary believers and technical religious material. Each stage also weakened the old requirement that access must pass slowly through stable scholarly hierarchies. In contemporary Islamic discourse, Hadith databases, phone applications, searchable PDF libraries, video lectures, and social media excerpts have normalized behaviors that earlier generations could not easily imagine. A believer hears a narration in a sermon and checks its grading before the sermon ends. A student watching a short online clip pauses the video to compare classifications from multiple scholars. A debate over ritual practice unfolds publicly beneath a social media post, with users quoting hadith numbers, authentication labels, and links to digitized editions. The authority, once attached primarily to local scholars, libraries, and institutions, now competes with searchable retrieval. The desire driving this behavior is not entirely new. Muslims have long cared about reliable transmission and authentic attribution to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. But digital life intensifies the emotional conditions surrounding certainty. Information appears endless, contradictory, immediate, and unstable. In such an environment, measurable labels offer reassurance: authentic, weak, sound, fabricated. The categories feel clear even when the underlying scholarship remains difficult. This helps explain why method becomes identity in the modern era. When inherited hierarchies weaken, people often seek visible procedures capable of replacing trust. A classification appears objective because it seems measurable. A searchable database appears transparent because it reduces dependence on inaccessible authority. The language of authentication, therefore, carries emotional weight beyond scholarship itself. It promises order inside informational overload. Sheikh al-Albani's legacy fits naturally into this environment because his project had already trained audiences to approach religion through visible verification. He helped normalize the expectation that narrations should be graded publicly and that ordinary believers should care about those gradings. The digital age did not invent that instinct, it accelerated it. The search function became the modern continuation of a larger movement toward accessible authentication. A younger listener today may inherit authenticity labels without inheriting the discipline behind them. A hadith appears online with a classification attached. The user shares it immediately. Another user disputes the grading with a different citation. The exchange moves quickly, often detached from the long traditions of transmitter criticism, legal interpretation, and scholarly etiquette that once governed such discussions more carefully. Access expands faster than formation. This imbalance reflects one of the unresolved tensions at the center of Sheikh al-Albani's historical influence. His supporters see his legacy as liberation from blind authority and as revival of public hadith awareness. They point toward the increased caution surrounding fabricated narrations, the expectation that preachers provide evidence, and the broader accessibility of hadith sciences. From their perspective, modern searchable authenticity protects ordinary believers from manipulation, inherited error, and careless religious speech. Critics describe the same transformation differently. They see flattening rather than deepening. In their view, digital verification culture often reduces scholarship to isolated labels detached from jurisprudence, context, and interpretive history. A narration's classification may circulate widely, while the legal reasoning surrounding it disappears entirely. A user may feel intellectually empowered without possessing the tools necessary to weigh disagreement responsibly. The result can be public confidence without training. The architecture of modern platforms intensifies this reduction. Social media rewards brevity, clarity, and confrontation. A nuanced legal explanation travels slowly. A direct declaration travels quickly. The phrase, "this hadith is weak," functions effectively inside digital argument because it appears decisive. A longer discussion about how jurists historically used weak narrations, or how legal rulings emerge from multiple evidences, demands more patience than most platforms encourage. Algorithm-driven religious content introduces another layer. Users are often shown material similar to what they already engage with. A person drawn toward authenticity discourse receives more clips, more classifications, more corrective language, more debates about innovation and evidence. The system gradually builds an atmosphere around the user. Religious identity becomes partially shaped by repetition and recommendation. The modern seeker may feel independently informed while moving through highly structured informational pathways. This is not unique to Salafi or Hadith-centered spaces. It reflects broader patterns of digital life. But Sheikh al-Albani's influence remains especially visible because his method translates easily into searchable culture. A classification can be indexed. A ruling can be clipped. A lesson can be quoted without requiring full immersion in a scholarly curriculum. The portability that once belonged to cassettes now belongs to databases and mobile screens. The emotional appeal remains tied to certainty. Modern life produces instability at multiple levels: political fragmentation, migration, distrust of institutions, rapid information flow, and competing religious voices. Inherited authority often appears geographically distant or intellectually inaccessible. Searchable authenticity offers a different experience. It allows the user to feel close to evidence itself. The distance between question and answer narrows dramatically. Yet the narrowing carries consequences. Earlier Sunni legal cultures often preserved ambiguity within structured frameworks. Multiple acceptable positions could coexist inside recognized schools. Public digital discourse tends to reward singular certainty instead. A classification attached to a hadith can become a moral boundary marker. To follow the authenticated report signals seriousness. To question the classification may appear like compromise. The categories become social as much as scholarly. This is one reason authenticity labels increasingly function as markers of belonging. Saying that a narration is authentic or weak no longer describes only technical evaluation. It can signal alignment with a broader religious posture, textual rigor, anti-imitation sentiment, distrust of inherited custom, or commitment to a particular style of reform. Method becomes identity because the method carries emotional and social meaning beyond its technical purpose. Online learning environments reflect this shift clearly. A student may never meet a traditional teacher physically, yet still construct an entire religious vocabulary through lectures, databases, downloadable books, and curated channels. Chains of transmission become less visible than chains of hyperlinks. The scholar appears as voice, text, or clip rather than embodied presence. Authority survives, but it survives differently. Sheikh al-Albani's recorded legacy adapts well to this environment. His lessons were already modular, question-based, and heavily tied to visible evidence. They can be excerpted easily into short thematic segments. A clip discussing prayer posture circulates independently of a broader lecture. A grading becomes an image shared across platforms. The digital archive fragments the scholar while preserving him. Fragmentation also continues among those who inherit his legacy. Some communities emphasize his quietism and suspicion toward political activism. Others foreground his anti-madhhab rhetoric and corrective style. Some students preserve a cautious tone regarding disagreement. Others adopt sharper forms of public refutation. The decentralization that followed his death has only expanded in the digital age, because online environments reward multiplication over consolidation. At the same time, the Internet has made criticism of Sheikh al-Albani more accessible as well. Traditional scholars, Ash'ari critics, Sufi defenders, and legal theorists publish responses online with equal speed. Debates once confined to limited circles now remain permanently searchable. A user studying one of his gradings may immediately encounter rebuttals arguing that authentication alone cannot determine law. The argument has become continuous, global, and archived. This continuity reveals how unresolved the underlying questions remain. Can religious tradition survive permanent verification? Can communal trust endure when every narration becomes publicly searchable and contestable? Does accessibility deepen knowledge by widening participation, or flatten it by detaching conclusions from formation? What happens to legal schools when younger audiences encounter them primarily through polemical summaries rather than long apprenticeship? The digital environment does not answer these questions. It intensifies them. Verification becomes endless because retrieval becomes endless. No sermon remains beyond scrutiny. No narration remains difficult to locate. No scholar remains insulated from comparison. Earlier systems often depended partly on scarcity, limited manuscripts, limited access, localized authority. Digital life dissolves scarcity almost entirely. The result is permanent availability and permanent contestation. For some believers, this condition feels liberating. They can compare sources independently, explore multiple opinions, and examine evidence directly. They no longer feel trapped inside inherited locality or dependent on one institutional gatekeeper. Sheikh al-Albani's broader legacy strengthens this sense of empowerment because it encourages suspicion toward unverified authority. For others, the same condition feels exhausting. Endless verification can erode stable trust. Every practice appears vulnerable to challenge. Every narration can trigger new dispute. Religious life risks becoming a sequence of corrections rather than a settled path of worship and learning. Critics of digital authenticity culture often point toward this exhaustion as evidence that searchable verification cannot replace structured scholarly continuity. Neither response fully defeats the other because both emerge from real experiences of modern religious life. Institutional authority has genuinely weakened in many Muslim societies. At the same time, unstructured access genuinely produces confusion and fragmentation. The search for certainty, therefore, continues moving between liberation and anxiety. Sheikh al-Albani's historical significance lies partly in how clearly he anticipated this condition before the digital age fully arrived. He helped create a public expectation that authenticity should remain visible, searchable, discussable, and decisive. The technologies surrounding that expectation changed dramatically after his death, but the deeper structure remained recognizable. A person still asks the same question that animated many of his lessons. Is it authentic? The meaning of the question, however, has expanded. It no longer concerns only narrations. It concerns institutions, teachers, communities, movements, and identities. Who speaks authentically? Which interpretation represents the prophet most faithfully? Which scholar can be trusted? which tradition remains pure. Verification becomes not only scholarly method, but emotional orientation toward the world. This is why the documentary cannot end with resolution. Sheikh al-Albani did not settle the relationship between evidence and continuity, or between accessibility and depth. He intensified those tensions and gave them durable public language. The digital age inherited that language eagerly because it rewards visible proof, searchable authority, and reproducible certainty. Somewhere now, an old recording of Sheikh al-Albani still plays through a phone speaker. The sound carries the texture of another era, measured speech, references to chains of transmission, careful distinctions between narrations. At the same moment, a listener scrolls through Hadith applications, compares gradings, opens searchable databases, and reads arguments beneath clipped quotations. The cassette and the application belong to different worlds of technology, yet they carry the same pressure quietly forward, the desire to know who is authentic.